I don't think that a DSM.
Good morning, Julia. Hey, Harley Dan, Shinny, Mobbins, Free Pie. First, Aiko says she'll sacrifice her whole chat, then we find out she's inducing psychosis in her enemies. Are we sure Aiko's not some kind of eldritch horror? That's a great question. That is true. I don't know. I don't know if that's the first time I've been accused of driving someone into psychosis, but I did not expect that. Oh, exciting! Ooh, psych honors, that's the best. Close enough? I still don't know why YouTube things are muted. So I'm just gonna be trying to do the, if I miss too much of the alert, I'll just redo it. But thank you so much for the $10 kitty smoking super chat. I will add that to the first numby and to the goal. The goal today will be continuing our wonderful time with, I don't know if is this gonna do anything or not. We'll find out. I was trying to upload more Supernatural. So yes, if we get the goal within the time of the streams. You just got an advert for the Mormons? You did? Wait, hold on. Did they turn on my... Hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me. Now that you mention it... Now that you mention it... Okay, I turned it off. I was like, I don't have the window that pops up that says you could turn on your ads right now. I think there was like a questionnaire where it's like, why don't you have your ads on? And I checked off some things as to why. Maybe they took that as an opportunity to turn it on. Very rude. Hey, post hominid. Frankie, got it? You can't be there. Frankie, come on. Baby, you can't sit there. I would love to let you, but you just can't do that. Okay, everyone, please like the stream. But yeah, I'll upload more Supernatural. Kickbots have been like disappearing sometimes, which is not good. So I've been trying to download it immediately. You know? Let me see. Yeah, Kick does suck as a VOD platform. Like, it's not like some of the VODs just like aren't there. I'm like, what the hell happened? I don't know. It's just VODs are disappearing. But I downloaded the music stream, so I believe should. That will be very annoying. I don't know. It's hard. different things with my neurodivergence in particular. Because I'm like, I don't know what I saved, I don't know what I did, I don't know when happened what. So all the dates are just guesses generally. So take that with a grain of salt. So I figure we could check out the Pisco Owlish thing before we go to Aiden goes over so I mean this is I feel like this is so stupid. I'll let the song finish. I'll take you back one day. But so I've been considering, you know, I've been considering that maybe, you know, I'm reflecting, you know? Because I am realizing that I think that I mean, Gray really reinforced it, but like, you know how this whole time I didn't like think that I was autistic, but I think that I am. I think that I might be autistic, so I think I'm gonna because you know, when I got my neuropsych test, we didn't test that part, just the ADHD and stuff related to that. So I feel like maybe that's the problem, and maybe if I get therapy related to that, then maybe things will make more sense. That's what I'm thinking. But what I'm realizing is, like, I do get caught up in the neurodivergent sense of justice, and I get activated, you know? And I think, you know, moving forward, I'll see, depending on what it is, obviously, depending on who it is. But I guess I realize that, like, tendency to jump the gun on limited info. Or, like, I guess I felt like I knew, I guess I will feel like if I know enough where I feel, like, justified, you know, where, like, regardless of the case, like, with Dickers, I think a lot of people, like, I think Aiden still thinks that Dickers cheated, but I, like, now I'm leaning towards not, and if he didn't cheat, right. Thank you. 333 for the 333 soap. What have I done? What's anyone done? I didn't do nothing. Well, that's not true. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just, like, reflecting on, like, it's not that I feel a little bad about how harsh I was on Dickers. Like, I don't um, you know, everything still stands, but like I really didn't think that there was a possibility that he wasn't a cheater, but that was my presumption, and that is making me reflect. Like I guess I feel like if I know, I think that like if I know enough to have an idea that I'm going to take a certain kind of tone with someone, like I feel like justified, like okay, they did something that's at this level that I feel comfortable to be mean to them at this level. But, you know, so like, but I also feel like as long as I don't buy into, as long as I don't believe people about things, you having to do Delores, listen. Like, I guess, you know, it's making me like it's one of those things where like I feel like there's something there, but I can't quite like figure out what's going on, or like I need like I've always felt like I need a certain pair of outside eyes, but I don't know like what kind. But I think that might be, you know, I just kind of wait until something occurs to me that's that's like been irritating in my brain like a until it becomes a pearl. Well, I was going to talk about gamma too. Um like so because I felt like um you have good instincts, but sometimes there's a communication barrier. Yes. Like I know it's hard for me to like um moderate myself, but also it's very stupid, you know, one of those things where it's like I have very wonderful people, very smart, capable, insightful people who I run things by, but then sometimes I get too juiced up and I'm just like, okay, this is the plan, you know? And then I'm kind of like, I feel like I just keep going. Um, so I feel like I think it's a good lesson to learn. Maybe try to bridge that gap between what you think is true and what you can communicate to others. Well, that's the thing. It's like when I have like a conversation with someone, then it's different. But I guess I guess, you know, it's too easy to get into a silly goose time, I feel, maybe, perhaps. You know, I want people to challenge me on my blind spots, and, you know, there's something that I don't get, and I feel the shape of the thing that I don't understand, like the way that I do the shape of a song that I want to compare to a submission to the music video review stream. And it's so I don't quite know what it is yet, but you know, I'm working on it. And as far as gamma, I guess like I let my frustration with you know, the space overall, and just, you know, like I've never even really given the misogyny aspect much I haven't really pushed back too much on it in the space, like in a real way, aside from like conceptually, maybe. Thanks, Soap. I'm not in trouble. I'm just, you know, I just want to genuinely, like, genuinely is making me, like, reflect. And with Gamma, you know, like, that's after, after the Dickers thing, and, you know, and then seeing the, actually, I can't remember the order of anything. Anyway, so, the Gamma thing, I saw the messages, and I'm like, this is, an example of the basic weird shit that some people will do to random women around, you know? And so and also, you know, people are shitting on Gamma quite a lot. And, you know, I guess jokingly referring to him as a creep and stuff. Yeah, like he, I think you thought when there's smoke, there's fire, but in this case, the fire was like a stove or something. I don't know. Like the Gamma stuff looked suspicious. He acted suspicious, yes. But it gave me, I realized, you know, I was talking a lot about how, like, I don't care what people do or in, like, this, like, weird space. I don't know how to describe it. But, like, that's, like, that was way too dismissive. I guess I'm like, because I'm suspicious of everyone fucking around, that, like, you know, that's not, it wasn't a fair thing to do. And ultimately, yes, like Gray thought and others thought or didn't have time to think that I should have waited with Gamma, but I was just like, I don't even care what this, I didn't imagine that it's like everyone's bullying Gamma. I didn't imagine that, but that seems to be the case, and so that's my bad, you know? If I don't have the patience for it, then I just shouldn't, you know? And, yeah. It was out of character for you, I will die on this hill. I think, you know, yeah. I think that I just, like, I let too much surge at once, you know? It's hard for me to, like, all on or all off like a fire hydrant. Yes, I do. I think that's also a part of that too, is like feeling like I don't want to, I mean, it's not helpful. Quick to snark is reasonably in character, always risking. Yes, that's true. Gamma's always getting shit, he's used to it. But, like, I don't, he shouldn't, though. I feel bad for that. I mean, he's his own person. He can do what he wants, but that, like, you know, the fact of the matter, no matter how likely, you know, no matter how likely it seemed to be something, it turned out to not be. And so that's, you know, that's my bad. There really aren't, there's no quick and easy way, and I shouldn't be so dismissive. I guess, like, if I'm dismissive, a lot of times, like, aside from, you know, disrespecting someone who should be disrespected, I think, you know, I might do that to put distance between myself and the person. If, like, I feel like they're just gonna, like, whatever they give me is gonna be nonsense. I do love Gamma. I'm just saying he won't get super pressed. I don't know the context exactly, though. Well, Aiden pulled up Gamma's stream, or I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Let me Uh, Aiden pulled up the screenshot that Ellie sent to him that was of Gamma repeatedly DMing her and like bothering her. Yeah, once you're in a convo with a nonsense person, you signed up to deal with some nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're completely right. It's good that you stick to your guns and don't get pushed around in your position, but sometimes it can come off as like non-engagement. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was but yeah, so it was just like where he's like pestering her. And I was like, that's weird. So I was in chat, and so I called into Aiden and I was like, this is very strange. Why are we doing this? Cuz you know, it's on my mind. I'm activated. And I don't know, I felt like Gemma just seemed like he was very reactive. In a way that I guess is characteristic, but you know, looks strange. And then someone sent me, Puddle Sucker sent me a screenshot that was taken by Gamma of himself sending these DMs to Samantha. And it also looked like, you know, the bit was that he was harassing her. I don't know. Basically, it's this, I don't know, they all consensually bully each other, I guess. You know? So I guess, you know, I didn't really think didn't really occur to me that that would be a thing, but hey, if it is, then it's my bad for presuming. And once again, I have people that if I only listen to when they, you know, try to get me to pace myself, that, you know, like it is important, not just because it's not fair to other people, but also, you know, why am I gonna do that? I don't need to do that. Like, I'm glad that I made a point, but I didn't need to do it like that. But I'm glad that I'm, you know, I feel like I'm having a bit of a shift in perspective. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking on it. But, you know, and, what else? I have, I gave Dickers my DM scroll with Lissy. You know, I don't know if he's gonna do anything. Whatever he does, Godspeed, because, you know, I don't know if he's gonna be able to. I don't know if Lissad gives up. Is J-Stock on the chopping block? Yes. Absolutely. But that I definitely, it's good to reflect and pace myself, because yeah, the wave of righteous vengeance. We hate J-Stock, let's fucking go. Yes, are you aware of what's been going on? So that's another thing. Also, because anytime I get involved with anything that has to do with like small commentary or whatever, people like will come to me and start trying to tell me things, and I'm like, don't tell me anything. I just need to ask Soap her opinion. Nobody's in on my shit list for a while. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. But yeah, so I'm gonna pace myself, because the Dickers thing, I hate cheaters and liars and sweepers, and he looked like he was lying and running from having cheated. So that was that, right? Nothing like not like, it's not like a systemic issue. It's a personal failing, and that he's gotten, I'd say, more than he's due, especially since he addressed it. Gamma, you know, he had those weird messages, but, you know, even if it was exactly what it looked like, it's still not like harboring abusers or something. I don't hate J-Stock. I never saw him as someone with great character in the first place. I don't hate J-Stock. I am not like fully activated right now, so that's why I have to like manage my, you know, I have to be a little slower on like the lever. Slowly activate instead of just full throttle, you know? Because he's not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. And the fact that he has kept Saba sexual around, guy who was kicked from Darius's community for being too psychotic to a woman, and defending Saba, contacting Rose and badgering her and her family to join the lawsuit with Pixie's lawsuit. And worst of all, he's a fake dom. Dickers, you mean? Celebrating Christmas, true, that is. But, oh, Soap, you'll see. I downloaded 2 of his streams where he is talking about the situation. One of them, the second one, where someone had mentioned that I have issues with him, and he tried to be like, oh, someone's sending her clips. Nah, bitch. Nope. I think, you know, it would be best for him to talk to Aiden. J-Sock has no real morals. He keeps everyone around as long as they're doing his bidding. Then he runs like a bitch when confronted on it. Yeah. You know, I have to remain... I have to go back to the ultimate... ultimate purpose is so that people know. So, you know, especially like women getting harassed in his community, getting stalked, whatever. They should know, like, you know, typically you would go to the streamer, whoever's community it is, if you are being like relentlessly stalked and harassed or something. But people should know that they shouldn't go to J-Stock with that. You know? But anyway, let's go to this Aiden stuff. Oh wait, let me add the super chat to the supernatural goal. I want to watch the Americans next music video reviews stream after. I want to start watching that. I'm like Matthew Reese. I'm like obsessed with him now. I don't know. He has such good like energy. Like I don't know. And I saw him and do a joint interview with his wife Carrie Russell, who I guess they did the show together. They co-starred. And they seem so like awesome together. I think Owlish Pisco stuff, I want to, but I feel like I'll get derailed from that. You know what I mean? Maybe afterwards. I feel like since I've already been talking about that, I feel like if I start You know what? Do you know what I mean? I do want to see it. I feel like I'll get off onto a completely different tangent though, so maybe after this. Let's do that after. Okay. Okay, so you guys know we've been discussing the stuff with Lissad and her never-ending quest to skewer dickers. No, we're gonna do Skinwalker React right now. So I mentioned this before that a former community member, Dios Ash, I don't remember the rest of her thing. We used to call her Queen. Hey, Mockingbirds. You know, always seemed like, you know, always like had, you know, reasonable kind of takes in chat. And then, you know, during the Lissadicost, if you will. Where did she come from? I don't know where she was before here, but I don't know where she was before here, but she was mainly here, I think. I mean, the actual part of Queen's video where she had a whole segment calling you Skinwalker Sweeper. Oh, Aiden doesn't get that far. I don't want to. Okay, that'll be goal content, okay? I don't really... Okay. When she came to me... Okay, Queen... Okay. When I put down Lissad, and Queen was there in the chat, and she was like, I can fix her. I was thinking in like a big sister kind of way. And I'm like, okay. Don't let her manipulate you. And Gray checked in with Queen and was saying that, like, you know, that she they suggest against her getting involved with Queen. Now, I should have disavowed it. She wouldn't have listened to me, but I should have completely disavowed it. But, you know, I thought that since she'd been around a while and always seemed reasonable, I thought, you know, she could, like, maybe talk her down, give her words of wisdom. But that's not what happened. What happened is, instead, I got DMs from Queen that said, I'm holding plutonium and you're in my way. Like, what? Excuse me? Excuse me, what? And then she sends me this extremely unhinged Google Doc that was just like a Dicker's BDSM abuse fanfic. Hey, Noah. Hey, Big Jerry. They have formed a toxic symbiosis where Lissy feeds Queen lies, Queen feeds Lissy psychosexual theories. I don't know what either of them gets from it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like Queen's, like, a lot of it is like flexing BDSM knowledge or something. I don't know anything about it, but she kept saying that, like, if it wasn't about BDSM, she wouldn't have said anything, I guess. Hey, Marcus. Think it's projection? Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it was not good. So I immediately was like, oh, absolutely not. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? You are going to, like, destroy yourself if you put this out. This isn't, like, it's not it's not a good jock. It's literally like a stream of consciousness, Dicker's Dom, abuser fantasy. 8,000 lifetimes.
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology
BDSM.
in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public.
Mm-hmm. So, and then she insulted me, and I was like, whatever, bye. I blocked her. Yes, yes, yes. Be offended. So, yeah, but yeah, Queen did it anyway, and for some reason she thanks Duckbringer. But then she also says that it was to trigger me, and I'm like, why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. What, I'm gonna shout out, who am I gonna shout out? Shout out Destiny or food shops as an own to someone else? But yeah, I saw someone in Discord, I think, said that, that Queen was saying that, all doms are abusive or something like that. And I don't know anything about it, but I'm gonna say that doesn't sound reasonable. That also makes it sound like she's, I mean, if she's a experienced dom, that means she's an experienced abuser, right?
Watch Dickers have his day.
1,000 Lifetimes is making B jokes in Twitch chat. I heard that when Erudite plays a video game where you have to enter your name, she uses the name Genghis Kanye. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so Queen did the stream. Oh, does anyone have her stream where she whatever timestamp of the sweeping, the skinwalker thing? Yes, that's Mr. That's what I said. It's like Mr. Girls, like all sexes rape vibes. That's like when he said that to President Sunday. So so Queen did a stream, and she was reading some of Dicker's and Lissad's texts. Very messy. I didn't really watch too much of it. I didn't watch Queen talk about me, so the only way that I'll see it is if we do it as goal content. So, because otherwise, I don't like. Why would I? I don't care. Oh, another thing I saw. Hey, Radical. Another thing that irritated me, that I'll say, okay? I don't like this narrative being formed by like a couple people like Queen, where it's like, oh, like there's something wrong with Aiko. She keeps nuking these prominent chatters from her community. And it's like, yeah, yes, it's because I let them get away with stuff for way too long. That's what that is. And I let people, like, I'll hard cut off someone. Otherwise they can like try to talk me into, you know, people can talk me into things. So that's why I have these like hard arm's length boundaries. So I will just say, if you're like, oh, why is that person not in her community anymore? It's for a good reason. If you are someone who is like a community, if you're, you know, not like a general community member, but like you are part of this community, and then I see you out there yapping, talking shit about me, yeah, I'll probably ban you. Because why, like, I don't need you around. Like, I have great chat, great community members, and, you know, really, in a diverse array of walks of life. But, yeah, I don't need that. I don't need that energy in the mix. I don't have anything to prove. I don't need to win, someone like that over, you know? Or if you lie to me, take advantage of me, you know? So, I have awesome people here who I am very grateful that they are here. The people who are not here anymore are not here for a reason. Cool? All I said was Aiden was sweeping and I was being sarcastic and you saw me say it? When? When, where? You know? Like, if someone has, like, a meltdown, like, I'm very neurodivergent, neurodivergent, accommodating, I would say. Including myself. But if you are, like, you have a meltdown in chat and you can't, like, excuse yourself like an adult and you have to be, like, constantly timed out and being rude and stuff and lashing out, then, like, that can only go on for so many months. When that guy was freaking out about Tyler's wife stuff. Oh, you mean Gamma? Yes, we are awesome, Marcus. When the guy was freaking... Wait, which one? Listen, my mouth is having trouble matching up with my brain. Hey, Nas. I don't want to name names, but it's funny seeing ex-chatters who will see the About Aiko in other chats whenever she comes up. When we were watching Aiden in chat. Oh. Wait, but what did you say about Aiden sweeping? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, BDL. It's just like at this stage in the game, you should at least be able to conduct yourself in public and handle yourself and not be someone else's problem. If you cannot, come back when you can. If you never can, then probably should go somewhere else. You know, I don't think I asked for a lot. In Queen's video, she starts talking about, okay, how am I gonna find her channel again? It was like impossible to find last time. Let me see. moderation occasionally becomes necessary, but I think some people get off on moderating, like, you're not moral for us, thus you're banished, it's holier than thou thing. That's more like a Twitch thing. That's very much a Twitch thing. And especially in the past. Leftists love banning people in their chats. Like mean girls. Let's see. What was the... How do you spell it? The chatter was trying to attack you about the Tyler's wife stuff, and Aiden told them to stop spamming. And I said he was sweeping for you as a joke. I don't... I maybe vaguely remember that. I thought you were talking about Gamma for a second, like during the talk, because he brought up Tyler's wife. I don't know if it was... I don't know which call it was. But yeah. Where... I don't even know... How do you spell it? I don't want... How do you spell it? I'm just... Something? Thank you. Thank you. Very cool. Alright, so... If we get to the $69 goal, minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats, we will watch Broken Submissive Boys and the Skinwalkers Who Love Them at Dickers at Ico Rules. So, I don't know what I'm skinwalking, but maybe we'll find out, maybe we will never. This is the only way, because I'm not watching. I'm not gonna watch that shit. What is skinwalking? It's whatever you want it to be. Whatever negative thing you want it to be. Frankie's taking up all my leg room. We have 2 numbies. What is the title of this stream? Hey, Matthew. What is my title? What did I make it again? Lissad agent writes Unhinged Dickers BDSM fantasy doc. It's true. Queen, or as we will start calling her, Dios. Or as I start calling her that. I don't know what I'm supposed to be. Maybe I'm not even a person. Maybe I'm just like a psychic entity that inspires psychosis. But yeah, Lissad agent, formerly known as Queen. If there's a quartet of skinwalkers, do you call them 4 skinwalkers? Okay. Okay. But yeah, so oh, you know what? I'll play just a little bit of this.
As if a dominant would seek the most wounded gazelle and then call it crazy when they abused it. This is the sort of schism that arises from approaching dominance.
So, yeah. So Aiden starts watching that. Queen calls in at some point. Like an hour in. And then later on, Lissad calls in. And this is how it goes with Lissad, okay? She is like a nuke that will explode herself somewhere. But like, she'll explode too. Like, she is the bomb. For skinwalkers. Who wrote the doc? Queen. Also known as Dios Ash. I don't remember the rest of her username. Longtime community member. No longer. I will say the doc was just a absolute schizo rambling. Yes, she's like a bomb, or is the bomb, but not like the bomb as in cool. Yeah, it's true. So, but Lissy, like, she just immolates at the very least. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. If I recall correctly, Lissy still said she's getting the timeline down and is still working on whatever the fuck. Exactly. At the end of the conversation with Lissad, he's like pressing her, and she's just like, I don't want to say what the allegations are live. I'll tell you off stream. Like, she can't even say what Dickers did wrong, what she's alleging that Dickers did. They came on Sundays and tried to accuse me of sweeping for Dickers. When? When? Alright, I'll have to give. Okay. I'm just updating Sunday that there's that I need to update him. Hey, Bon Voyage. Like, I just didn't being pinged about how Lissy was the true victim. Wait, is Queen in Sunday's Discord talking about how Lissad is the true victim? They kept in this Vanessa, in this, when Queen talks to Aiden, at somewhere, or wait, at what point? I don't know if it's there, but she says at some point in this stream, either to Aiden or in his chat, she says that she said, I triggered Lissad into psychosis. No, it's true. It's true. She's blaming, Queen is flailing and blaming me. Actually, I think it was in chat. I think I have a screenshot of it. Oh no. You can do what you want. But it's like, dude, okay. Listen, I apologize to Dickers because now that I am on the side of believing him that he wasn't cheating, I treated him like a cheater. I think that he is probably not. But like, it was still incredibly fucking stupid for him to do that, and you shouldn't be doing that with obsessed fans, right? That doesn't mean that she can just like lie about him and stalk him and frame him and doctor receipts forever. Queen's just looking for a sympathetic ear. She should try ACC. I mean, yeah. Later in the Aiden stream, Dia was advising people to not DM Lissy. Oh yeah, why? Yeah, this is just hot girls having problems, guys. I feel like, she said that because she wants to include herself in the hot girls having problems thing. But that's just not, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Wait, let me see. Want to find. Where is this? I have way too many. Okay. I'm just gonna send that screenshot to Sunday, and I think that he'll understand. Because she wrote in Aiden's chat, I was claiming she got psychosis from Aiko. Like, why would you, like, this isn't even in the moment. You're saying this, like, after? Like, that's crazy. They were insisting Dickers was being abusive, and I was like, okay, whatever, sure. I'm just trying to explain to someone what happened on Aiko's stream, but I probably should have pushed back harder. Well, I mean, you don't know until you know. Every new season of Chatter Drama is more inane than the last. That's the thing, and it makes me, the one thing that I did not want from Queen was for her to make this my fucking issue. And the way that she came to me, you're in my way. What? What do you think we're doing here? What do you think's happening? This is not, we're not doing pedophile wars, okay? You want that, you can go to Nicholas Diorio or something. I don't know. But yeah, Lissy, like, actually, doctor. I feel bad that Dickers, listen. I feel bad that Dickers has to go through, I don't know if he's gonna read through everything, but I was quite mean. But, I feel like the guy's been punished enough. That's just my opinion, though. I mean, like, it's disproportionate, It's not like someone addresses something and then you can never talk about it again. But it's like the difference is that Lissad is like a stalker. She's not someone that you can have minimal engagement with. Like, you have to cut them off completely, because any little bit of attention you give them will, like, they'll be right back on, they'll get their hooks right back in. I distinctly remember seeing in Aiden's chat Queen saying she had nothing to do with this, I believe during the Aiden-Lissy convo, which is wild. The abuse narrative came from you. She is the soul. Soul. 。 the sole originator of the abuse narrative. I'm gonna do a I'm gonna do a dramatic reading of the Google Doc. That's what's the fuck is gonna happen. That's what the fuck is gonna happen. Okay? Let me show you how fucking unreasonable this was. I feel like I don't even know if I'm gonna be able... I'm gonna have to use alternate words. Hey, Sidonia. I'm gonna have to use alternate words because I think that if I just read it straight, that my VOD would be... My channel could get nuked for sexual content, okay? I'm gonna pee, and then we're fucking doing this, okay?
Watch, watch, my, see, see, go, go, far, far. Watch, watch, my, see, see, go, go, far, far. Watch, watch, my, see, see, go, go, far, far. Watch, my, see, go, far. Look at it go. Look at it go.
No wonder. Wait. Oh, hi, Frankie. Frankie is now on the table, and she would like you to know that we are 8 numbies away from Numbie time, where she will do numbies on camera and get her favorite me paste, if you felt like it. If you could. Let's see. Let me see. So Queen was engaging in Sunday's Discord, scolding people from being too anti-Lissy. It was shared by Lisa, who claims Queen is her friend, but Queen is saying I could cause her momentary psychosis. Well, Lisa has a grudge against me because I won't let her back in Discord. Yes, it is very weird. It is very weird. And that's why I get such a visceral reaction when things start getting too like weird, like in this kind of way where it's like, oh, there are people who are like malicious. There are people who are like fucked up in a malicious way, and I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, but it's not good. And I just want to get as far away as possible from that. Frankie, excuse me. Frankie, excuse me, baby. Excuse me, you can't sit there. You can't sit there. This is very weird. And it makes me, it just, you know. Frankie, you have to get down. Frankie, you can't be there. Please, please, thank you. Lie down there. I have a visceral reaction when people start woke scolding me for describing stuff I saw happen from my perspective, like people I've never talked before even. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So I think that what we should do is excuse me. Yes, Lisa. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Like Lisa talks shit about me all the time. I don't care. I'm like, whatever. That's why it's like when it comes to otherwise, like I have to be very dismissive with some people because otherwise they're like, they can totally manipulate me. That's the reality, you know? I'm too easy to manipulate, so I have to have a firm boundary before anyone can even get to that point. Before you can get close enough. I'm like, yeah, you tell me and everybody else. Tell me and all 7 billion of my friends. Not actually, you know what I'm saying. Frankie, you're so beautiful. All right. What we're gonna do here is I'm going to do a dramatic reading of this doc. Okay, so you understand what level we're at. Now, this is text only, doesn't involve any sex. I don't know what kind of updates were made, but this is what I was sent. Okay? This is what I was sent. Frankie, you're gonna knock everything over. And I will be doing this in a dramatic fashion. No. It's 4 pages long. We'll see. I can't. Frankie is taking up all the room. Let me take my last tiny piece of edible. Yes, 4 full paragraphs. Stream of consciousness. And she just sent this to me, and it was like your move. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Get this the fuck away from me. Hey, let's try. How about this? Wait, I want to try to... That's how it felt, you know? Your move. Okay. So I'm gonna do something a little crazy. A lot crazy, actually. I'm gonna go through Lissy's Google Doc and demonstrate that there's nothing to be found and discredit it, and in doing so, I'm going to prove that Lissy experienced a psychotic episode triggered by Dicker's level of control over her self-perception. For his reckless, pathetic, and desperate use of BDSM paraphernalia and terminology to groom her for control and extract from her increasingly humiliating sexual materials she repeatedly expresses discomfort with over a period of around 10 days. During this time, Dickers will gain total control over Lissy's perception of the world. And she will be consumed with anxiety and stress for the sunk costs of all of the materials she had already provided him. The double bind of being terrified of the materials being used against her, especially sharp for her reported experience of OCD, being weighed against the prospect of what she will be expected to do next. And after that, and so on. Dickers is entirely aware of the implicit threat of the material used against her holds over Lissy because she is so incredibly reticent, and he will keep pushing anyway. He will not stop, and it becomes more pervasive and more explicitly an attention for ritualistic sexual humiliation, quote-unquote, dynamic. None of these dynamics will be mentioned or explored by Dickers, the quote-unquote dom, who is serving a mewling... Yeah, she literally, in the moment, switched to blaming me for the psychosis. Okay. Sorry. he will not stop, and it becomes more pervasive and more explicitly an attention for ritualistic sexual humiliation dynamic. None of these dynamics will be mentioned or explored by Dickers, the Dom, who is a mewling, craven understanding of BDSM culture filtered through an exclusive means of serving one's own desires at the lowest price that can be extracted from the system.
I think that I want to do with his voice instead. I think it'll be funnier. Don't worry, it gets worse. We're still on the first page. The G-Doc will not prove anything, could never prove anything, and was, to be sure, Dicker's assurance that nothing would ever come of this. These will not prove in any way that Dickers agreed to pay more attention to Lissy, and, in fact, it does not make sense to treat this exploitative, grooming behavior done under the pretext of quote-unquote BDSM as a mere contract dispute and misunderstanding. It doesn't actually matter that he didn't agree to that, because there was never informed consent, and Lissy's agency had already been compromised. Lissy didn't agree to any of this, actually. You just started treating her as a pet, and never discussed, nor even considered if that was a thing she would really like. If it's not and you're still doing it, that's not BDSM. That's abuse. Who describes it like this? Oh, don't you worry. It'll definitely get worse. I haven't read this since she first sent it to me, and it took me forever to read it because I just kept being like, what the fuck are you talking? Yeah, okay. I allow some men to choke me because I like that. Lissy did not like having her mind controlled by a pathetic little man-child with an insatiable desire to exploit, consume, and move on. She does not like it so much. She will go into a state of mania for several days, culminating in an episode of psychosis while Dickers, friend, accomplice, well, I go anyway. Aiko will go into this not having much confidence in her for her erratic behavior as she reports the next day, and will say she was surprised it was that easy, and will identify Lissy's disordered behavior and inability to explain her documentation as intentional. Wait, first of all.
You read back the Sunday chat? You mean in his Discord? I'm reading the Google Doc. We have just begun page 2 of 4. Of 4 in nearly entirely full pages. Like 3/4 of the 4th page. Psychosis. I like it. Okay. But I wanted to say when I said that I was surprised it was that easy, like, you know, when I after I I don't know what to say. I can't say ended Lissad because she's still going, but you know. When, I nuked her from this immediate area, at least. Hey, stop it. In his Discord with Ash versus Vanessa. Interesting. So, when I said that, that was easier than I thought, I meant I spent all this time, you know, talking to her, you know, letting her spin her narrative, right? And, you know, just like paid attention to the things that she said along the way so I could compare them to the future, whatever Dickers had to say, right? It just, like, I barely had to do anything because she just straight up accused Dickers of doxing. Stop. This is very annoying. Okay. Yeah, no, that was easy because Lissy accused Dickers of threatening to dox her, and I was like, okay, that's a serious. She said that she had a receipt of him doing that. I was like, okay, give it to me. And the more she was like, you know, the more squirmy she got, the more suspicious obviously I got. And then when it came down to it, she sent me a doctored DM. You know? And I was like, okay, like I didn't have to dig deep to find lies. It was just right there. You know what I mean? Normally, the same way where like she calls into someone, like when after she talks to Aiden, Aiden's like, this is the worst. I don't remember what he said. But I think everyone pretty much like gets off a call with her the same way. We're like, that was the biggest fucking full of shit lying bitch. You know? Not that he said that. I mean, you know. She talked to me about BDSM like I was Morale talking about vaginas. Yeah, I don't know. She's on some kind of power trip. Power trip or something. I don't know. Godspeed. You know, when I like cut people off like that, I'm not, it's not like I don't, I'm not saying that no one should value them. I'm just saying that like I just, you know, I can't engage with people like that when they're like that. You know, it's just gonna make me crazy. Like you can't get through to them, you know? Okay. Back to this. Let's see. Testing. How about like, I think this one is okay. I think this is okay. Seems like Dio isn't really seeing things rationally and jumped to the conclusion that you saying it was easy is referring to you sweeping for Dickers. I don't know. It's scary stuff, though. Seeing people being so, like, confidently wrong makes me, like, want to extra reflect and make sure, just in case. You know what I mean? That I'm not out there, you know, like that. You know what I mean. Okay. Aiko will go into this not having much confidence in her for her erratic behavior as she reports the next day, and will say she was, quote, surprised it was that easy, and will identify Lissy's disordered behavior and inability to explain her documentation as intentional deception, and will not discuss the BDSM and does not want to know about Dicker's sexuality. Yeah, I don't. Lissy kept trying to tell me more and more about their sex, and I was like, I literally was just said like, oh, all caps, gross, gross, ew, stop, yuck. I'm like, no, why are you doing this? Okay. And it is intentional deception when you doctor DMs, you dumbass bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? That is what she sent to me. Fake DM, falsified surgery, what do you call it? Desurgified. Surgified is not a word, but you know what I mean. Deconstructed. Reconstructed. False. Lies. She presented to me lies, and you're telling me that not only I should be accepting lies, but also that I gave her psychosis. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, me neither, actually. Aiko will treat this as a contract dispute and will be so enraged and personally offended by Lissad's I'm gonna say Lissad now. Yes, Frankenstein DMs. Yes. Okay. Aiko will treat this as a contract dispute and will be so enraged and personally offended by Lissy's inability to prove Dickers promised he would pay more attention to me or something. What are we even trying to figure out, Aiko? That's the right question, and you're supposed to find that out from her. That's a her thing. And also, you cannot get someone to promise to pay more attention to you as someone that it's strictly sexual. This is not this is not a contract. You can't be like, I need you to pay more attention to me, and that more attention is like every day notify her if he's going live or not. The thing is, if Lissy's having a psychotic episode, that sucks, but there's nothing any of us can do about it and doesn't actually change the core calculus at all, in my opinion. Yeah, which is why, like, I don't even, when someone's saying stuff, I don't, because it's like there are multiple levels of why this is an unacceptable premise you are offering me. And I don't want to have to break down all the reasons why, so just don't even tell me. You know what I mean? I just don't want to deal with, like, nonsense. And so, but, you know, which is reasonable to do to Lissad and to Queen, was not to do with Gamma. But, you know, it's a balancing act. In my opinion, you should have probably looked at the sexting, because Dickers and Lissy shouldn't have engaged in this type of dynamic because it's extremely risky because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Looked at the sexting. Oh, I mean, I saw enough. I saw what I couldn't avoid. you know? But she kept trying to tell me like more details about how like, oh, the 3-hour call, it wasn't all, you know, there was talking before and after, and I'm like, I don't want to know any of this. Why the fuck are you telling me this unnecessarily? You forced her to gaslight you first, so you had the perfect alibi. You're like Hannibal Lecter. Yes, this was my intention the entire time, actually. It was not that I thought that Dickers was a lying, cheating, running person. It's just, it was 10D chess. If Lissad is having a psychotic episode, that sucks, but there's nothing any of us can do about that and doesn't actually change the core calculus at all, in my opinion. Yes, and she's the kind of person, like, I feel, when it comes to Lissad, I feel like she's a drowning person who can't swim, who's, like, trying to take you down with her. You know what I mean? Like, she'll just, like, it's completely her fault. She didn't have to be in the water, but now that she is, she's trying to grab other people to bring her down. She'll, like, climb up your body to stand on your head. You know? I feel like that's the kind of... So... It's like, I'm reflecting, I'm thinking, because, like, I need to negotiate what I allow people to, I get in. I guess adjusting boundaries, perhaps. But yeah, someone like Lissy, I don't know. I've just had so many people that like actually tried to climb up my head in the sea that I'm like, stay away, don't touch me. Does that make sense? I want to be fair to the world, and I want to try to filter out unfair treatment to me if I can help it. You know what I mean? It's too easy for me to just like, if I get too close to something, then start like being seeing it in a nuanced way, and then I can be manipulated, and you know. But yeah, constantly course correcting, and you know, trying to make my mistakes on a smaller scale. On Sunday's Discord, I characterized Dickers as being dumb and kind of a fuckboy, but apparently that wasn't enough. Yeah, was she calling him an abuser there too? When was this? And what was this? This was 1 day ago. Oh, let me go back to reading the thing. Okay. Okay. I will treat this as a contract dispute. and will be so enraged and personally offended by Lissy's inability to prove Dicker's promise he would pay more attention to me. Or something? What are we even trying to figure out, Aiko? Were we just trying to figure out how to discredit Lissy? Was that the goal? Why would that be a relevant question in this context? Oh, right. You don't know anything about Dicker's sexuality. Well, it's pretty fucked up as it turns out. Also, no, this is none of this comes from me. Why are you asking me? Like, I mean, a lot of things are. This is all happening back to back. Okay. Dickers, for his part, is not even aware this will be a problem. Dickers, being a pathetic moron, believes this is a simple contract dispute, and he is in the right in every provable way. Unfortunately, this is a moral question, and Dickers fails. I have a place reserved in hell for you, Dickers. Okay, I don't want to read this part. Hey, Sam, I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm like, so, okay. Okay. Maybe if I say this in a different way. Maybe if I say it in a different vibe, it will sound less harsh. Perhaps. Dickers, being a pathetic moron, believes this is a simple contract dispute, and he is in the right in every provable way. Unfortunately, this is a moral question, and Dickers fails. I have a place reserved in hell for you. And it's on my 8 inches of professional dominatrix dick, you pathetic, vile, and servile creature. Let's all stop and marvel at how stupid Dickers is and how tiny and pathetic his penis is to need such an unending affirmation of his big boy dom energy. Rest in peace, Dickers' penis. You've harmed so many while touching so few. Do you understand why I said this was fucking insane? This was insane. That's what I was like, what? I was absolutely not at just the mere premise of there being a doc that Queen gave. And this is what she gave. Okay? This is still page 2. It's like, what are you... I didn't think that she would go public with it. I don't know if this is the same doc that she has made available. Yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yes, this is plutonium. And unfortunately, even if I got out of the way, I don't think that would have helped anything. Rest in peace, Dicker's penis. You have harmed so many while touching so few. And now, we all stop and marvel at how stupid we are. That we thought we could diagnose a perfectly normal 20-year-old for her disordered behavior in a chat room for a couple hours. You fucking morons. Lissy will be very lucky that night and was able to break away from Aiko acting out her own experience of abuse as though Lissy were her abuser. Long enough to add me on Discord before Aiko demands Lissy to call in and uppercuts Lissy's skeleton out of her body, Johnny Cage style. It gets worse. I had to put it all together from scratch. Well, I have the advantage of knowing exactly what a pathetic, servile coward like Dickers thinks Dom means. Weird how you all have the same preferences when you don't know BDSM and call yourself a Dom, almost like more of a personality disorder. Aiko would warn me about being taken in by the master manipulator. Listen, I never said master manipulator, I said manipulator. It just works on certain people. This rivals Smug's Psychic War Manifesto. Oh, absolutely. It's definitely more schizo than the necrophilia doc against me in Sunday by Tyler. Aiko would warn me about being taken in by the master manipulator, and Gray would find me on Discord to also warn me. The literal palace guards are on this shit. Which is based of Gray also, to follow up and warn. What did you think she was gonna say? She could hardly form sentences. Also, the reason why she couldn't form sentences is because she couldn't find ones that would pull off her lies. And you look at this quivering mound of a little girl, and you are like, aw, she can't do anything. No, it's on purpose. This is her defense mechanism and her weapon. This is your torturer, Dickers? Really? Why would this plague you so? Instill such fear? What could she say? What was it that was so obvious about her? Or that you shouldn't have been messing with her, as you said in the video? If it was that obvious, what made you think introducing BDSM was a good idea? Because she didn't say no? That's the wrong answer, my friend. And you're right to be nervous, because there are ways this goes that are criminal. And I have no doubt this is a progressive pattern of behavior. Do you know what else is not something that can be captured in a screenshot, but is instead a pattern of behavior? Abuse. That's all this was. And more than that, you do it this way because it's the abuse that does it for you. It wouldn't be the same for you if they liked the embarrassment. It wouldn't feed your bottomless pit where your penis should be. I forgot about that line. That made me think of Buffet Infinity when, you know, with the eyeball where the penis should be. That's what that made me think of. That was a very funny. That's such a good line, really. Truly. It wouldn't feed your bottomless pit where your penis should be. That you, the great Sir Dickers, can but pluck the fair maidens from the vine and simply discard them. Should they be unripe or not pleasing to the senses? Or replacing hole where your heart should be with hole where your penis should be. Do you understand why I was like, you can't do this to yourself? Should they be unripe or not pleasing to the senses? This is the opposite of BDSM. This is masturbating to torture. Can someone explain this to Del Duende? So, being a real dom who has no difficulty picking up on a person's needs and seeing to them, I immediately recognize in chat that this is all about simply needing someone to talk to sometimes. Hold on, you know what? I have to pee again. You know what? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing, literally nothing. Helpless. Ridiculous. Speaking of penis. Everyone, please like the stream, live, not top chat. Okay, let me do a a quick chill in this manifesto voice. Guys, if you like this stream, if you want more streams to happen, consider becoming a member, gifting a membership. I can't, it's too distracting and I'm starting to get the edible starting to kick in. If you have a Twitch Prime you're not going to use anywhere else, you could use it here. If we get to $69 minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats, I will watch the part of the manifesto that's about me. Or she talks about why I'm a skinwalker and sweeping for dickers. And if we get 8 more numbies, Frankie will get on camera, do numbies, and get her favorite me paste. If you feel like it. If you can, if you feel like it. If you cannot or do not feel like it, thank you for being here. Please like the stream. Live not top chat, Twitch and Kick, hello. Hey Anemone, when are you gonna cam up next? I will. Right now I'm just try to get physically here.
Can you say no is cunty, getting out of your comfort zone? Learning how to let go is cunty, having cum on my shirt is cunty.
But yeah.
Setting boundaries is cunty.
It'll be a day. Sooner than you think, longer than you wish, as the Bible says. All right, let's continue on. Like the stream if you have a PhD in domhood. Don't like this stream if you have a hole where your dick should be. I mean, or if you would like to have a something else where the hole is, you know, if you like the stream, whatever you wish to fill the hole shall arrive. Would you like a penis there? Would you like something else? Would you like love? Okay, Philip. When someone says that life, that makes me think of Firebat, and that's probably bad. That's not a good thing. About the second part, Vosh used to mention FetLife a lot too. I gotta say, like, Lissad will just, I don't know, she's way too sexual to see. It seems like everyone, it's and it's weird. I mean, okay. Back to this. Okay. All right. All right. There's some claims here. Claims. Let's see if I feel like pushing back on any of them, or if I should just read it and get through the schizo post. So, being a real dom who has no difficulty picking up on a person's needs and seeing to them, I immediately recognize in chat That this is all about simply needing someone to talk to sometimes. And I suspect she got a bit twitchy if she couldn't check in with someone. And that was why she placed such emphasis on keeping in contact, and I could do that for a bit. She seemed like she was going to have a hard time. I thought she was developmentally disabled and couldn't even parse exactly what was going on with her until I'd observed her for 3 days, and she began to form coherent sentences and could retain information. She talks about this girl. She talks about Lissad like she is a fucking patient and Dios is a doctor. There was a guy there called Irish Laddie. Ugh. Oh, wait. What? I think this is just fucking cracked, dude. This is just so fucking ridiculous. Okay. Continuing. Then I realized it was psychosis, practically as I was telling her. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I remember Irish Laddie was Bosch's old name. I don't know if you actually found someone called that. Yeah. Talking about observing her like she's a test subject is insane. Yes. Like, don't forget, she literally said that she had to tell her, she had to inform Lissy that she is abused. You know? Okay. Change my reverb a little. Do you see why I called this fanfic? Okay. Got it, Vanessa. Listen, I am realizing now, I think you know, when like it clicks, you know, like when I found out I had ADHD, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. Now I'm like, oh, I should take an autism test, I think. Okay. All right. Then I realized it was psychosis, practically as I was telling her. And then I got to explain what happened to her. She got to explain what happened to her. Huh? And then I got to explain what happened to her. She didn't need to explain anything, and I have been explaining a lot about this sequence of events. She has not really needed that much attention, but then she would need a lot more as her emotions were strung tighter under Dicker's constant pressure for more. Degradation, an implicit threat of both losing the attention and her materials being out there. I think he was sick of her and initiated this on purpose, to be honest. I mean, she had to be becoming a liability, and Dickers is super nervous that someone will put it together. I mean, yeah, she was a liability, duh. I know he had asked for a week break. And the last day when it really you know, from what I saw, things really, they went off the rails fully when Diggers confronted her about her leaking their sex to other people. Either she isn't mentally fragile and this is all weird projection, or she's mentally fragile in somewhere and she's feeding her delusions by giving her a bunch of talking points and justifications. Exactly. Which is very funny because Queen before was saying that, like, she's not defending her behavior. And she says that in Aiden's chat too. It's all very ridiculous. Okay. 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 You see, the whole case has been around Dickers going out of contact. And Lissy being so terrified of the material she'd made for him and so wound into this perverse psychological contraption makes a kind of complaining tweet on an old Twitter that he dug up after they met. And he's fucking watching it, waiting for her. I'm trying to figure out what this even means. What does this mean? This is bullshit. First of all, she has told me that she didn't give a fuck if her nudes leak. She has said that to me. She said that she would rather her nudes leak before anything else. She didn't, you know. I'm not saying she would want to, but that's not, you know. But even so, that was never a threat. That was literally never a threat that Dickers ever made. All he did wrong was confront her. Well, aside from getting involved in the first place. Okay, still extremely fucking bad move. Still extremely stupid on his behalf. And also, I would say, irresponsible for a YouTuber to get involved with their obsessed fan. You know? Who knows? It's not her fault she's hot. Oh my god, it's so fucking insane. Listen, hot people don't have to talk about being hot. Alright? But yeah, so, I don't know what he's talking about, the complaining tweet on an old Twitter. I don't know what that's in reference to. Hey, Gray. Okay. Is this, I think the sexual parts are over. I think. So this gets framed as Lissy being a kind of obsessed fan, and yeah, that's not entirely wrong. But it does beg the question, why? If it's an obsessed fan, and are we dismissive of them for being crazy? because we assumed they were crazy before this. She went crazy after coming into contact with Dickers, the sort of disordered thinking and word salad we associate with quote-unquote a crazy person is often psychosis. This is what any of your minds will do if placed under enough strain. She's not crazy. You're crazy for thinking you know fucking anything about her. Kind of a common story for this space. And boy, that explains some things, don't it? We drove her crazy because we crazy. And we're evil. What we did was evil. Lissy does not have any history suggesting anything like this, and perhaps is even the type to tell stories a bit.
What do you mean tell stories of what? Of mental illness? She has said that she's mentally ill. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. And also, is even the type to tell stories a bit? What does that mean, then? I don't know what the fuck that... I don't know. Okay.
Lissy does not have any history suggesting anything like this, and perhaps even is the type that tells stories a bit. I have no idea. I've really just met her. It's completely irrelevant, because the problem isn't actually what Lissy did, or what she agreed to, or who promised what. That is fucking nonsense in the ethical consideration of BDSM. Dickers didn't know her either. He just needed to learn her levers and make her into whatever he wanted, or carelessly break her and toss her aside. She purports to have OCD and ADHD, complained about being prescribed too high a dose of amphetamines, and did not know what happened, and is still digging through the Google Doc trying to come to terms with what happened.
With what happened? Also, oh, she's saying that she doesn't remember what happened now because she took too much Adderall? I don't know what the fuck. Okay.
That's what the G-Doc is. It's the story of Lissy trying to figure out what was being done to her and representing her belief that if she could get someone to look at it, they'd be able to put the clues together and tell her. I really do hate being right, literally, always.
The audacity of this person to say, I really do hate being right, literally, always. Right about what? Hey, Keldoge. Right about what? 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 I don't know what you're right about. Okay.
I do not feel like I know very much about Lissy, and cannot presume nor fathom the depth of the problems in her life. But she was not crazy when she got here. We made her that way, and we all did it together.
Isn't it great when a community can pull together and support a real stand-up dude like Dickers, who has never done anything like this before? To be fair, we have no idea. Also, are you fucking kidding? Lissy was crazy. I could feel she DM'd me. The first time she DM'd me, she DM'd me because she wanted to gossip about Dicker's star signs or something, and I was like, what? No. Huh? No, I don't do that. Okay. She was already obsessed, already unhinged. Isn't it great when a community can pull together and support a real stand-up dude like Dickers, who has never done anything like this before and is definitely not worried about having pressed his luck a little hard this time, and is super not concerned that this will ever come back up? Father, unto your hands I condemn this spirit, that you may cast him beneath the earth and unto the ditch of Abaddon, forever interred in my abode, where I may cast my eye upon him, and he can know terror anew eternal. Amen. Yes, she wrote all of that. She did. She literally did. Okay? Do I even have to go on? Do you need me to actually read the doc to prove it's just a diary? It's just a diary. That was never the question. How did you all lose the thread that badly? Who trained you? Nope. Not an Icobit. Not an Icobit. I will prove it. I will show you receipts. President Sanjay just sent me the eyebrow gif. The eyebrow raised blinking gif. Okay, here we go. I promised. See?
Hmm? Mm-hmm. And here we go. Father, into your hands I condemn this spirit, that you may cast him beneath the earth and unto the ditch of Abaddon, forever interred in my abode, where I may cast my eye upon him, and he can know terror anew eternal. Amen. Amen. He's cooked in holy water. Amen. So, that's what we're working with. Here. So Aiden watches the stream that if we get to the $69 goal minus YouTube's 30%, we will watch
As if a dominant would seek.
We will watch the part of the video of the stream, Broken Submissive Boys and the Skinwalkers Who Love Them at Jiggers at Ico Rules. So, then we'll watch what she has to yap about me and her and my role in all of this. Okay, I don't know what she said, and if we do not do this tonight, I will never know. Because I will not ever watch this, okay? This is it. Tonight or never. Right, Frankie? So yeah. So Aiden starts watching this, and Queen calls in later on. The first 20 minutes of that video is more BDSM psychoanalysis. The Ico part is where it gets crazy.
See him get embarrassed.
So-
I say that on stream. I'm saying that right now. Who's denying that? Crepid elf.
Should we? Okay.
Fishing. You did it with bow blanks. You did a I don't.
Let's see here. You can be so fixated on having sex that you're obnoxious and no one wants to have sex with.
Was he using teeth when he was sucking your dick? How long was your dick? Your penis?
Oh, God.
Penis? Cock? Penis? Sexual? Sex? It's like ridiculous. People are like obsessed with it.
How about if I bring it up and bother you like a lot? No, not her. You, bro. Okay, can I fuck you yet? Oh no, it's huge. I'd break you. Can I just sneak it in sometime when you're sleeping, though?
Huh?
Oh,
I don't
sorry,
know what
did
we're
you not
talking
want me
about.
to do that? Well, it's already in. So if you're too fixated on having sex, you're not having sex. This can be interpreted pretty broadly. You can be too fixated on having sex to get hard. You can be so fixated on a narrow definition of like acceptable sex to eliminate so many partners that you
I
identify yourself from straight
I
to
don't know
reverse.
why. This is the stream. This is the exposing Dickers and me stream.
Let's see here. You can be so fixated on having sex that you're obnoxious and no one wants to have sex with you, or worse, they let you have sex with them so you leave them alone.
I don't think that's what's happening at all here with Dickers, but okay.
I don't know if it needs to be said. But if you force yourself to have sex with somebody you don't want to have sex with, like out of annoyance, I think you should like seek therapy because I don't think you.
Yes, she psychically read him using Dom powers and the power of never being wrong. Yep. The thing is, she decided to become wrong after everyone already knew she was wrong.
Feel comfortable like
The lying doesn't really bother Lissy's lying doesn't really bother her, and that's disturbing to me.
Like establishing and asserting your own boundaries. Now, somebody straight up stalking you. The solution is not to have sex with them. The solution is to like report them to the police, try to get a restraining order. I know the police are weird about stalkers.
Sex with anyone that wants to have sex with you is better than the best disinterested pair of tits that will let you jerk off, and that's
Okay.
why you hate them. But then they're only interested in a partner that, you know, takes care of their appearance and sex with. Sex with women that don't rate in the entirely fake numbers, and you can be familiar enough with what a dom is that prey
Okay.
upon the responsible for your appearance, and you can say, you know, you're just cursed by genetic and you're doomed to prey upon the unsuspecting people who are unfamiliar enough with what a dom is, that you can get away with saying that.
I think that wouldn't it just make more sense if, like, I don't know anything about the BDSM world or the poly world or anything. I don't know about anything. And I also drank all my tea. The sex talk is the whole thing. Why? But I would presume that he's probably just, you know, he just wants to, you know, and so he's pretending to know stuff that he is, I don't know, what, okay, I mean, okay.
You know, a dom is just a servile coward that services their own gaping sense of insecurity and is actively repelled by a woman.
It's not.
A dom, wait, did she say that in general or just?
That you can get away with saying that, you know, a dom is just a servile coward that.
Okay, you can get
services
away
their own
with
gaping
saying
sense
that.
of insecurity.
You can get away with saying that, I guess. Once again, the worst part of this is being forced to think about Dicker's penis this many times. Yes. She tried to tell me more about the vibrator app, I think, and it was like, I do not want to know. Felt like I needed a cross to shield myself with.
And is actively repelled by a woman.
It's not even. That's not even true. That's not even like a correct. They're like there are. I feel like the reasons why people are into sadomasochism is going to be mostly like. I guess this could also be subconscious, which he's talking about, but I don't know if it's rooted so much. I guess it would. What would it be if like somebody grew up feeling powerless and like they're sexually stimulated by the idea of like having power or whatever? Would that be insecure? I guess it would be insecurity in your own respective power
and enjoying its presence. See, attempting to transmute your unalloyed jerk-off fantasies into a...
No, I know about paraphilias.
And pretending to know what he's doing is still an issue, even though Dio is making insane claims. There's absolutely criticism for Dickers here, Lissy as well. Yeah. Yes, definitely.
I was like in area when I was like interested in psych or whatever. That was like abnormal.
It's like if Lissy was just, you know, if she was just snarking Dickers and wasn't like still leaking sex of his and you know, if she wasn't just dragging out this like she's crossed the line, and I think it's reasonable to you know, not let her like just run around with the, you know, you see her running around with the whatever narrative she's trying to hold on to keep some connection with him. I don't know what unalloyed. I don't know what that. What does that even mean? Your unalloyed jerk-off fantasies. What does that mean? But I mean, like, if she was just snarking him, like, a regular amount, but, like, since she is, and she's, like, threatening him, you know? Mix of metals? Okay. But in any case, Diggers had asked her to take a week off and, like, you know, take a week off and check in a week, see where they're both at. Lissy could not handle that.
into a
No, I know about paraphilias. That was like an area when I was like interested in psych or whatever. That was like like abnormal psychosexual development was like pretty interesting. That's why I know like about a bunch of weird paraphilias, like people that jerk off to fire and shit.
satisfying sex life is a recipe for self-loathing. You end up in the same place every time because you're reducing the authentic desire you actually feel for sex and emotional need into for the momentary biological impulse you associate with sex. And ejaculation in and of itself doesn't produce that validation as of self as sexual being. And you know that, that's why you don't just want to masturbate. But the addition of another person does not grant that either, because in fact there is an emotional component to sex, and that is the thing seeking satisfaction. The biological component is looking for eggs to fertilize, and if that were enough, jerking off in a petri dish would do it.
I don't know
If
why
that doesn't,
what's
then
all
I'm sorry to say, you might
who
have to deal with
cares?
your feeling.
Who cares?
I'm liking the performance art here. Somebody described this to me as slam poetry. Somebody said this was gonna be like slam poetry, and I now know. And I'm like, wait, they actually wrote a poem about dickers? And they're like, no, it was a metaphor. I'm like, I now I'm starting to understand sort of what they meant.
If you chase that dragon, you only want destination, and that is taking
This is self-harm on our part.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It was like I got so excited when I saw this person.
By the way, there are 27 people on YouTube and only 14 likes. Please like the stream. That would be very base and very pog and very cool.
I honestly can't wait. It's like Christmas morning.
Successful when it's harvesting pictures of miserable women it will never touch, and it incepts a sort of paranoid anti-fantasy where you never want to touch them because they know something about you. The very act of being observed creating a feedback loop where a woman genuinely being interested in you is so foreign and alien that you find it suspicious as its base and obsess over what they're
that
really up
doesn't
to.
really
And in
fit.
doing so,
I don't feel like that really fits. I mean, he's got a live-in girlfriend, and he's sexting with Lissy and God knows what else that I hope we never hear of. Like the streamer, you go in the hole where Dicker's penis should be. That is true. I agree with that. Like, I think the problem, this is not, I don't know what this is really about.
toxicity into the relationship that will ultimately
Okay, that would be maybe a good.
I think it was just like seemed like an opportunity to be able to weigh in on something. Yeah, framing Dickers as an insult like doesn't really work. Yeah, exactly. You can, yeah, it's not. It's just not that you can be mad about something else.
If like the guy does really have a girlfriend, that's not a lie. Dickers does have a girlfriend. So if this was like insecurity about not pulling, I mean,
metastasize into.
There are guys in relationships that need constant validation about their own manhood, that are still very insecure about their own manhood, right? It does just because you actually, I guess, just because you get game doesn't necessarily mean that insecurity is still not going to exist.
Whatever kind of mommy monster horror complex of unprocessed trauma you need to reinforce your fantasy of never touching any woman, but somehow eventually.
But then, what do you say about like female sadist? I mean, I guess you could also, I mean,
feeling superior to all of them. Sex is where people put their unprocessed emotional baggage, and your kinks, fixations, and compulsions are built out of from the salience of these salience of desire. You already know this, which is why you joke about.
Like in BDSM culture, a lot of women are taking the dominant role or whatever, and the dynamic, and a lot of guys like to the power reversal or whatever the fuck. So it's like, what would be the analysis of them? Are they also like insecure about their manhood?
It would be fun if you debated her about BDSM.
Hi, what is up, Gooner? Thank you so much for the second tip of the stream. To my best friend, Gooner42.
girls with daddy issues, but it just feels weirder when you turn that around and realize that, you know, boys with mommy issues includes basically everybody you know. And then for bonus points, you get them all together and hang out and create a really narrow definition of sex that eliminates the possibility of doing anything but chasing a sex mommy to wash your ass for you and extract exclusively oral sex from, because vagina literally terrifies you.
I don't know about all that, okay? What does Lacanian mean again? Which one is that? The median submissive male is incredibly controlling for what it's worth and coerce doms into very subservient dynamics. Lacan's version of psychoanalysis. What was his bit? Hi, Frankie. This is dumb. Yeah, well, yeah. Whatever it is dumb. Yes.
Fourth state of emotional alienation.
Also, for context, Dickers and Liz, this was a purely online dynamic.
Your bizarre incentives created while by
I just saw this clip where this guy baked cookies for a lady and link it in the inbox. Please, 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 I beg of you.
Finding sex in terms of
I'm gonna send it to Sunday.
This is why once you've learned to clean your room and get a girlfriend, it no longer seems like a worthwhile reward. Why? This relationship requires effort, and I already did one effort thing when I cleaned my room. And
you could put in all the effort in the world to the cleanest room possible. The cleanest room possible. But unless you win the genetic lottery, Stacy's not going to care, okay? Because it doesn't matter about what... I'm kidding. It doesn't matter what you do.
Now I have to keep putting in effort? When do I get to kick back and just receive attention? There is an answer to that. It's when you're the submissive. The submissive has the fantasy being catered to and around because it is the dominant who is making the decisions
I just
about
sent
that fantasy.
the PDF
they
to
have the
Sunday.
Power, so it is their responsibility to understand all the ways
Frankie,
which
you can't
are,
sit there.
which they are not allowed to use that
can't sit
power
there.
in advance
You
and
can't
as
sit
arising in the
there.
moment, without the
you.
sub ever needing to say so. If they have to ask, you need to tune up your game. If you never ask, you don't even have informed consent. Riddle me this: when is it more fun to bust a nut, and when is it more fun to goon? The question can become a distraction from simply enjoying, so the doms...
What is happening? I'm just, for explanation, since, Gray, wait, were you here when they were saying that Queen was in President Sunday's Discord arguing? Telling Vanessa that she doesn't know anything about BDSM, sweeping for dickers or something. I just don't want to know. Yes, you missed that part. So I sent Sunday heads up and the screenshot of here. This. See? Look at look at it. Because Lisa saw Queen's video and had a weird conception of the Dickers thing. I think, well, Lisa has a grudge against me, so. Lisa saw Queen's video and had a weird conception of the Dickers thing, so I was explaining to Lisa what actually happened, and Queen came in and took issue with it. Yeah. But yeah. So it's just like, I sent this to him and I also sent the PDF, you know. I don't want to tell someone, I don't want to say like, oh, don't take this person seriously. Take my word for it, you know? took issue with it like a day later, it should be noted the conversation had already moved on. It's just it's very weird. I don't know.
Seeks to understand the full fantasy, and in doing so, creates an anticipation.
Like, we don't need to know about when it's, if it's a goon time. You can just show them her own words and they'll come to the right conclusion. Exactly. Exactly.
Sub who doesn't know when the pace is going to change, and they become the flow.
Well, okay. So a lot of the problematic dynamics with
There we go. Okay.
What am?
I think I
wait,
do
I
know
had it
the.
pulled up
Wait,
on-
let
I
me
was
see
like,
if
what
I
the-
can
Am
remember.
I in like a VC or something? Yeah. So like a lot of the problematic like dynamics with like BDSM are established through effective communication. Like there's like specific like rules to the entire
death
culture
is
around it, like a
coming
safe word, for
sooner.
example, right? That's almost always, unless you're dealing with a rapist, which you know you
500
can
every
be
day
dealing with a
for
rapist.
OnlyFans.
Like safe words are established, right?
I can't
So if
wait
it is going
until
too far, there's something you can
I
say
drop
where the
the
other
share
party
my
is,
few
you know,
lands.
informed or knows that you no longer
Gooning
consent to
in
the
my
dynamic or
goon
exchange that's happening. I don't.
Yeah, I know that I'm a goon slave.
I mean,
You-
here
I
the
got
safe word would have been the block
40
button, maybe.
accounts and they're
You need to
all
have
porn.
every
And
whim and
my
desire
parents
catered to
said
is a
I
submissive
was
fantasy,
never
and it's unattainable,
born.
toxic, and broken when you
Never
think, well, that makes me
born,
sound
never
gay, so I must be a
born.
dom.
Like the only way I view
I'm at 3619. Here, I'll link it to you. Here it is for ya. I'm a little reminded a little bit of Mary 2 and Firebat. Interesting.
Liz is a victim here, and I've considered this as a very real possibility. If she can like
At 4130, he brings up the photos that have been leaked. Wait, are those photos that I shouldn't show? Is it something I should skip? I don't know what photos are leaked. Oh, he talks about. Oh, okay. Photos have been leaked. What photos have been leaked? Nothing. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
demonstrate she has some like significant like cognitive diagnosed condition that causes like significant cognitive impacts.
Yeah, who leaked what I was saying in chat the other night? Oh yeah, you said. Okay, we'll see. I won't try to recall. Yes, I accused Tyrone of lying because I couldn't believe that something was actually true. But we'll see in 7 minutes from now. Thank you.
Which
I appreciate
potentially
it.
might be going on. I don't know. But other than that, you're a grown woman. Like you can literally just like not.
You're not. The job of the dominant is to internalize that fantasy and to curate it. I get on my knees and say, yes, daddy, because I feel hot when I say
ma'am.
that, and I like the way he's looking at me. The dom is producing and directing the fantasy. So
Yes, I earlier on in the stream, I talked a little bit about what's going on lately, you know, my thoughts, and you know, I apologize to Gamma. I'm reflecting on, you know, how I being aware of when I get activated and allowing my trusted friends to tell me when to pull on the brakes. And yeah, get tested for autism?
I can focus on feeling and embodying that fantasy, which the dominant then enjoys for the eagerness and will.
Also, I don't know if this is true, by the way. I'm being told that this person is a drug addict that's on the verge of going homeless. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't
Very sad
know
if true.
about
Willingness of the submissive to
that
become
part.
something from a wild, foreign fantasy, creating something new together. Someone you haven't even imagined wanting until they're doing that
Did I speak to her? Who, Liz? No, I've never spoken to Liz in VC in my entire life.
thing. Like,
I want her to call in tonight because I have
Oh,
questions.
she
but
does.
This would be the first time I've ever spoken.
She
to her in
certainly
VC.
discovering new
does.
porn started going at, but in the middle of having sex with them. Imagine that, having sex in the middle of it, your partner becomes a novel experience, almost like you're not even trying to repress the notion that you're trying to fuck your mom long enough to get off.
What does this have to do with Lissad?
So, all right, we have we have these concepts of dominant and submissive ideation dynamics. How can this actually work, though? Some submissive's
you.
fantasy is to simulate being
Hi.
brutalized, but does that mean the dominant should develop
Wait,
a
I didn't
rigid
even read
structure
I didn't even read the shirt. Yeah, higher than a motherfucker.
of brutalization and define that as a dominant? Well, no, of course not. Without a partner to build off
See, I don't really care if you use drugs. It's just like when you're like actually like buying stuff to like make it a part of your life, like culture-wise or whatever. Like when you have shirts that talk about your drug use or drug use merch, or you're using drugs the wrong way.
I think weed accessories are epic. Lissad is probably trying to fuck her father and using Dickers as a replacement. I feel like she's very practiced at this.
way. Okay, use your drugs, but be ashamed while you're doing it, right? Like,
Okay.
just like be ashamed
Aiden.
and self-aware, and then it's okay.
if you can only assert your
I mean, when I see high, I assume it's weed. Aiden just feels left out. Yeah, Aiden also loves weed, but I think he's ashamed. He disavows. Yeah, it's not her. Lissy said that it's not her first rodeo. When I gave my almost 15-minute long screen recording of me and Lissy's DMs, I had Gray look through it first to make sure there was no like personal or anything that should be redacted or whatever. So there wasn't. When in it, I speak in it with the intention of it being leakable in the future if necessary. I didn't know he smokes. Yes, he does. Off stream, he said. You have weed accessories? No, I don't. But I would. Maybe I will, just 'cause. Out of spite. And seem to make weed your personality? No. But it would be, I feel like having some, like a weed pillow would be cute. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be a cute house accessory, but in reality, I wouldn't go. Okay, I'm just. If you do, I make fun of you. I will get a weed pillow and use it as my back pillow. Hey, Envy. Weed comes with accessories. I mean, like apparel, fan apparel. Like I wouldn't wear that shirt. I'm just defending weed as a weed fans, I guess. Like if I had something that I wanted to put stickers on, I might put a weed sticker on too, depending on what it was. I thought of that because sometimes the companies will send these weed stickers of weed leaves doing things, hanging out, chilling. I Need to grab water. I'm gonna let this play. Sorry, not sorry. Give me 1 second. You're bedazzling your blunts. I wish I had a blunt. That would be so awesome. That'd be so cool. I ran out of edibles.
Own desires as a submissive, and in doing so, create a malformed fantasy where your desires are projected onto your partner.
I'm listening.
This is boring, just like jerking off, because it eliminates the novelty of creating a new wild fantasy and exploring it, and replaces it with an assembly line. First I say you're naughty, then we do the spanking, then we do the sucking, then we do the, oh wait, nope, I came, and that means sex is done. And if that fails, you add another step at the end of the assembly line, desperately trying to add in enough distracting bells and whistles to make you feel like this is a novel experience, long enough to get off and feel bored at the prospect of continuing because now you're just super aware of the mechanical nature of the thing you're doing. This doesn't serve anyone, and so what is needed, and indeed what defines this sort of engagement, is a set of principles that maximizes the agency of the participants and structures the flow of those desires specifically to...
Yeah, like an ability where the participant understands that they can leave at any point, and also like explicit consent and like communication of a safe word, and like, but you don't, this is an online context. So a safe word I don't think would really need to exist in a BDSM dynamic like this, because they're not there like personally or whatever. So like the party at any point can just like desist the communications and block. If the individual in question continues to try after that, then you get into sexual harassment territory, right?
Avoid the tendency for any one part of this process to overshadow all others, and in doing so suppress and destroy the authentic emotional experience in which you finally don't feel like an aging weirdo that no one would ever love. If you have to
I feel like there's a lot of projection going on here. I feel like there's a like fuck ton of projection happening right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Actually,
it's like the scenario this person's describing is even like far removed from what happened with Dickers. Like they're talking about like an IRL context, very specific sex acts. Like it sounds like there's a lot of projection happening.
Fake, trick, or coerce a partner into doing the thing you want. It turns out it makes you feel less desirable and less secure. If Dickers were happy in his conception of dominance, he wouldn't be compelled to insert weird comments about tracking the other person's location, and in doing so, incept a conversation about his own location, and therefore justifying and reinforcing his fantasy of finally being exposed as a manipulative, exploitative weirdo wearing a dollar store Dom costume. Dickers' authentic fantasy is about getting caught, and to feel the release of this freakish, gooning psychological...
That's not even... Even if I do like a bad faith psychoanalysis of Dickers, he very obviously did not want to be caught. He very obviously didn't want to be caught. He was like, even when he thought it was about, he was literally in panic mode. She knows he didn't want this leaked, and she leveraged that to do like the slow burn or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think there was literally any part of him that wanted this out there.
Mechanism he's trapped in, and it being destroyed. This is why he's not interested in a willing partner. A willing partner.
We're getting to the part where he says whatever. I was listening. But I'll let it play again.
Fantasy is about getting caught, and to feel the release of this freakish, gooning psychological...
I do not think that Jiggers did not want to get caught. Is all projection, dude. No.
Even if I do like a bad faith psychoanalysis of Dickers, he very obviously did not want to be caught. He very obviously didn't want to be caught. He was like, even when he thought it was about, he was literally in panic mode. She knows he didn't want this leaked, and she leveraged that to do like the slow burn or whatever the fuck, right? I don't think there was literally any part of him that wanted this out there.
Mechanism he's trapped in, and it being destroyed. This is why he's not interested in a willing partner. A willing partner does not build Dickers into a larger...
I'm also being told now that there are pictures being posted. And let me just be like super fucking clear about this, because even if the photo is not like necessarily that explicit or whatever, if it's like a photo of somebody like partially unclothed or something that this person is leaking, treat it the same every time. Do not disseminate that shit. Do not...
Partially clothed? partially clothed pictures. Like, she... Dude, that's so fucked.
Partially unclothed, or really super fucking clear about this, because even if the photo is not like necessarily that explicit or whatever,
That's
if it's
so
like a
fucked
photo
up.
of somebody like partially unclothed or something that this person is leaking, treat it the same every time. Do not disseminate that shit. Do not interact with it. Don't meme about, like, just leave it alone.
And so cannot result in him being exposed, mocked, and his ideation.
I've not seen that. Well, unfortunately, to be clear, it's not like that explicit, but it is like somebody partially unclothed, and the image is being disseminated without their consent for the sake of humiliation. And in my mind, I view it the same. I honestly view it the same as if you just like posted a photo of this person's like penis, right? You're leaking intimate sexual photos to humiliate somebody. And I think that in an instance like that, I think that that's obviously unacceptable.
Like, how the fuck is Queen gonna talk about consent? That's insane. That's fucking insane. When did that first happen? If that's the case, when did that... I don't even know.
Against the wall. So the fantasy is...
Yeah, they're saying she was afraid of shit leaking, and meanwhile she's been leaking his pics now. Do you know how long that's been? Was it before or after? I'm just curious if Queen did this before or after, if she maybe knew. Yeah, she was laughing at it happening behind the scenes.
Progressive and will push aside all standards of ethical behavior until his partner identifies
so
his
fucked
fantasy
up.
and serves him the
Like, it's completely like, I think that whatever Dickers does or doesn't do, I think that she's crazy and terrorizing him, and she's crossed the line. If she's out there leaking sexual pictures, like intimate pictures that he sent to her, if she's leaking this for the purposes of humiliation, that's the worst thing that you can do. That's, you know, I don't think Queen's opinion would have changed had she known about this stuff or not. I just think that's fucking demented. That's so fucked up. It reminds me of when Duck sent the photo of Resi shirtless to Perry. Yeah, there's no other reason to leak besides trying to hurt him. Yeah, so I think... So moving forward, maybe he'll say something in the future. Maybe not. You know, there's like upsides and downsides. Because... But yeah, it was... And of course, like, there's no way that Duck gave it to Perry for any other purpose other than humiliation. Yes, Queen shouts out Duckbringer at the end, and when I was in Aiden's chat, she was saying that she was saying that she didn't actually talk to them, that she just did it because she knew it would trigger me. And I'm like, how the fuck is associating with DGGers going to trigger me? Like, you are trying to own me by being like, hey, thanks, new bestie. Accidentally scared my cat by saying what aloud to that, lol. Yeah. She's just like, but yeah, so it's difficult because I understand. She's still running around yapping still. And she's like she's not gonna, I don't believe that she's gonna leave him alone. And so, you know, I'm sure she'll keep bringing it up over time. And so, like, on one hand, you want to, like, have your account laid out, you know? You want to say what you want to say, to just give up. When someone is such, like, an insane, unhinged liar, like, the problem with that is, like, your first instinct isn't to believe that someone is telling the truth, but also not that they are lying the most or doing the worst. You know what I mean? It's unreasonable. So like you want to have your side, but that's what she wants. That's what she's addicted to. The dopamine hit of his attention. You know? So it's like there are... Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad attention. They just want to be like... So I don't know what he's gonna do. But in any case, whatever he decides, I think that, like, she shouldn't be enabled to continue to just do that, you know? And I mean, every time she talks to someone on stream, she makes herself look horrible. And it never ends well. So, you know, like, that's fine. But yeah, typically I'd say if you, if it were just like a different instance and she was just doing a light snarking, a light mocking, but there was no reason for her to, like, ever make this public. It's like, he didn't, like, he... I'm trying to think of how I want to say this. Keldoge was covering this last night and was saying that on Twitter there's a whole bunch of DGGers trying to cancel Dickers of this, calling him abusive and whatnot. Yeah, you just gotta, that makes sense. So, thanks to Queen. When did that start? Isn't that nice that Queen has joined the Neo DGG industrial complex? Isn't that awesome? Yeah, everyone should really be united in this not entertaining her, because she's actually, like, if you are leaking intimate images, at this point someone could tell me Duckbringer was involved in 9/11 and I would believe it.
Like, I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I have pedophiles in my family. Like, I have pedophiles that I have to fucking break bread with every now and then. They were pedophiles in the past, right? Offending pedophiles in my family. We all have to kind of deal with people who have an attraction to children, who have unhealthy attraction.
Yeah. I have no idea when it started. Keldoge said he started looking into the situation because of what he was seeing on Twitter. Got it. Yeah, she has to break bread. It's okay. She's forgiven them. The pedophiles in her family that touched children that were not her. Um, but yeah, when it comes to DG, like honestly, you have to ignore, like you can't. Like you just have to push back. You know? You have to challenge, but also like, you know, don't worry too much. Like clarify, but I think that, you know, consider who you're arguing with or what you're trying to do. Like I think that it's good to lay out everything in a way that you think a reasonable person would be satisfied with, not someone who's like trying to smear you on behalf of their sex pest lord, you know? She said that she said that Duckbringer, she shouted out Duckbringer, who is now in DGG. So, you know, like, it's like MAGA. They'll say anything. They'll call anyone a communist. It doesn't matter. Like, I think it would be good if he thought of, like, what he would want to say. Why does it always go back to DGG? Because, it's like the, I don't know, the toxic neighborhood that follows you. But it's really, the state of it is crazy. Watching the neo DGG women taking up arms. Zoo. Like fighting with Pisco about him being anti-Semitic and realizing that it was clipped out of context, but she can't like admit that. Hey, call God. Yes, it's safe for all kinds of freaks. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, so you know, I think that it's good to like don't I think a lot of it is about like you know, presentation. Like if he, hey Arachnid, thank you. I don't think the duck shout out means much other than to quote unquote trigger you, but it's more telling that Queen is slandering Dickers based on nothing Litsy's running within GGG now repeating it. Yeah, like throughout different communities. But also like I think it was like through Lisa, like she shouted out Lisa, Duck, and was there someone else? Or am I just making that up? So it's like it's an energy, it's just an energy vacuum, you know? Like I think that I think it's good to entertain like the good faith versions, you know? Like instead of like defending yourself against DGG saying these things, like just say exactly what happened. This is just my thought process. This is how I think about things in general. It's just, you know, ignore all the unhinged stuff, the people who are just saying shit. And does anyone have a point about anything? Or even if it's not a good faith person asking it, like is there a good faith version of that question that you could address, not to them, not like to, but like directed outwards towards anyone who actually is reasonable and interested and would want to know. Those new women will likely be abused in some way and likely won't come forward, which is actually really sad in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I mean, is anyone gonna touch Owlish? I don't think so. I think Owlish is safe. At least. You know what I mean? A snowball effect, and Queen does not care that she's so horribly wrong that she started up a cancellation movement and gave an obsessed lunatic justification to be worse. Exactly. There weren't any abuse allegations until after Dios. Oh, and food shops. Well, food shops is on the side of the predators. Food shops is to wrap her body around a little girl. So, but yeah, so very, very messy stuff. But I try, when things like this happen, I try to think of it as like an opportunity to like, okay, what can I use this opportunity to demonstrate, you know, trying to do the most right thing that you think there is, you know? But I think it's reasonable to like, because you see, if you hear what comes out of Lissy's mouth, it's not like it's not uncommon. It's very like believable in that sense, like on the face of it. If she's just out there like complaining to people who have no idea about anything, they don't know who anyone is. And it sucks to have people just yapping, you know, saying things that aren't true. So I think it's good to like have at least something that people can point to, you know, having something on the record like, okay, this happened, this is all worked out. I think it's good. Really, I think if you wanted to support he's hateful, Puddle, you think that Aiden's being hateful? I don't think that he's being hateful at all. Right? Apparently Owlish was arguing for Charlie Kirk's murder being an inside job the other night. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's what Free Pie clipped, but we'll check that out at some point. If not today, then tomorrow. I think that, you know, if you I don't know, it's messy. There are loses on all sides if he says something, if he doesn't say something, I don't know. Ultimately he has to decide. You clipped after Charlie Kirk? I see. He's just very angry about everything. About what?
Humiliation he pines for,
I don't see it.
but is not comfortable in admitting.
Once again, I just want to clarify that this Dios, formerly referred to as Queen, is the sole inventor of this abuse allegation. You can go back, look at my dramatic reading, you know? Here. Is this something that I can link this way? I don't know if that works. I don't think so. Well, I had it on the screen. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, I don't know. Let's continue.
Dominant in this recognizes the internal mechanisms at work for him and the goal they're designed for, and would love to produce that fantasy for him. His fantasy, the fantasy of his dominance being exposed is fraudulent. But he can never actually get there because his fantasy depends on being ignorant to the source of that fantasy. He cannot learn about BDSM because that would ruin it for him. He cannot find willing partners because the fear of being exposed would no longer
Need a soundbite of the "Unto your hands, the wrath of God" bit. True. True. Can upload as a clip.
exist in no.
What if it was topless with the dick? Okay. If I leaked a photo a woman sent me of her without a shirt, that you would have every right to tell me that that's not okay. Every right. Even if her vagina wasn't out, you'd have every right to tell me it's not okay because it isn't, right? It isn't. It's somebody partially unclothed, right, in a manner that would be humiliating to leak, right? And I would apply. I'm not going to change that standard just because it happens to be a guy. A guy can shoot.
Yeah, of course. Someone sending shirtless pictures privately for sexting reasons. Yeah. Yeah, she's just attributing more and more kinks to him. Wait, I left my vape over there.
Is whether or not he wants to show the world what he looks like without a shirt. That's not your job to do it for him. Just like a woman has the right to choose what parts of her body she wants to reveal.
Longer create tension for him to release. He cannot sub because then he'd get what he wants, and that's terrifying to him. So how do we avoid this? Certainly no one would choose to be dickers, and yet dickers exist, and no shortage of guys sticking their dicks into mechanical fantasy production devices while claiming to be dom. We know
like people took issue when somebody made, and they had a right to take an issue with this, somebody like took allegedly cropped the revenge porn so you could just see the face of like Sek and made it their profile picture. People took an issue with that, rightfully so, and the same issue would exist here.
We failed, but how do we succeed? Well, let's ask. What does rough sex mean? Does Turkey Tom just get to punch women because he says he wants rough sex? Is that implied by rough sex?
No, the woman would have to consent, right? And I'm not even saying that there's a specific defense of Tom. Obviously there's tons of criticism for Tom. I'm saying in general, right? If you somehow get off to hitting someone and somebody gets off to being hit and there's proper boundaries established, a safe word established, and severe grievous.
Thank you so much, Puddle Sucker, for the 5 gifted memberships. So base, so pog. Those are 5 numbies. That means we are only 3 numbies away to numbie time. Thank you, thank you. Did you hear that? Why are we talking about Turkey Tom? Because she's an expert and she just needs to give you as much expertise as she can while she's got your attention. She's just an educator at heart, you know? Right, Frankie?
Injury is not being caused. It's not my business, or anyone else's either.
Well,
but yes, Turkey Tom never addressed the hitting or choking allegations.
Good way to think of those questions. If she punches you first, is that fair? It's
like, ooh, woo, that's ooh, woo. It's like, ooh, woo, that's ooh, woo. It's like, ooh, woo, that's ooh, woo. It's like, ooh, woo, that's ooh, woo. Thank you so much, Puddle Sucker, for the 5 gifted memberships. It is indeed Numby time, and one to Dickers. It's fate. Okay. I'll put this on while I get the Numby Queen.
The glass is half empty, but overflowing at the same time. It happens over and over again. And the grass is never greener when I'm on the other side. 'Cause I just got it again. It gets to me, I'm lost in the middle. I want to leave this place just a little. Oh no, I'm walking in a circle again. I made the maze, got stuck in the riddle, burned by the sun in the middle of the winter. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh, 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 oh. I'm out and I wanna go home. I get home and I wanna go out. All my friends are staying out late and I just wanna go to bed. But I don't need to be anywhere else, 'cause I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Baby, I can't believe it's happened again. But I know in a minute that I'll be over it. Baby, it doesn't matter in the end. If I fake it for a while, maybe later I won't have to pretend. It gets to me, I'm lost in the middle. I want to leave this place just a little. I'm walking in a circle again. I made the maze, got stuck in the riddle, burned by the sun in the middle of the winter. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh, 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 oh. I'm out and I wanna go home. I get home and I wanna go out. I'm out and I wanna go home. I get home and I wanna go out. All my friends are staying out late and I just wanna go to bed. But I know.
Okay. Ready? Ready, baby? Hey, tipster. No? You need to be better situated? Is that okay? Hey, tipster. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Numbies, 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 numbies. Give me a numbies, girl. Numbies, numbies, numbies. Numbies, give me a numbies, girl. I need your numbies right now. If you give them, you get paste as a treat. Could you hear her purring? What a sweet baby. Look at this. She's so excited. We have salmon. For the little Numby baby. Thank you, Puddle, for the 10 gifted memberships. Look how happy she is. She's controlling the Numby flow with her paws on my hands. The purring was her distress. Listen, You just don't understand. You just don't get it. You know? See? She's very happy. She's satisfied. She, you know, a job well done deserves to be celebrated. Oops. Is it on your tummy a little? Look at this baby. Black cats are the best. I love you, Frankie. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Give me one sec. I'm gonna rinse off my paste hands.
Right where I'm supposed to be. Bang my head on the radiator. I hang my socks on the radiator. I bang my head on the radiator. I bang my head. I bang my head on the radiator. I hang my socks on the radiator. Bang my head on the radiator. I bang my head. Stuff's coming out. Oh yeah, let's actually go. Oh yeah, weigh scales on my belly. Oh yeah, I trust them. Oh yeah, I eat raw flour and call the shit a cake. Oh yeah, oh yeah, my body fizzes and my armpits trickle. I bang my head on the radiator. Oh yeah, bang my socks on the radiator. Oh yeah, bang my head on the radiator. Oh yeah, bang my head. Oh yeah, I stroke the doggy. Oh yeah, and then hit the doggy. You bastard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've got 3 words for you. The Dyson Airblade. Once just a man looking at his hands thinking, I'm gonna make these so fucking dry, you won't believe it. A lifelong fiddling. Thumb twiddling. 1400 minor tweaks. A big fat gas leak. I feel sick. The smell doesn't stop. I feel sick. I've just stopped sniffing it. I feel sick. 5 to 6 days a week. Everything's fucking shit. Yes, I feel fucking shit. Everything's fucking shit. Head on the radio. I feel sick.
Okay.
Head on the radio.
I think at some point, someday, I'll get Frankie a sibling. Not anytime soon, but okay. She got my arm with her little toes. Get Frankie a brother named Douglas or Kevin. When I think of Kevin now, I think like Kevin can fuck himself. Is that what that show is? That we have like 2 more episodes to watch, but we never did? You know? Yeah. That's who I think of now. Okay. Back to this.
Not what you want, but those appear to be the rules. The logical conclusion of this mode of thinking is to turn sex into a combat sport where the woman gets to fuck the corpse. Rough sex.
I watched a short of like a clip of Henry Rollins from like the early 90s or something. And for a moment I thought about, you know, how like Black Coffee Blues was an influential book in my entrance into the world of the flesh. And I just gotta say, that just heightens the level of shameful that this actually is. Yes, this is gooning. This is gooning. Yes.
Does not actually indicate anything except indicate that.
Well, you okay? So FMJ, even though it's not the same thing, because a woman has breasts, the principle of you having the right to you have the right to decide what parts of your physical body you want to show to the world. Right? Other people don't get to should not be able to decide that for you, except maybe your face or something. If it's like somebody of like super notable, like,
but yeah,
like
the like this, like Aiden mentioned sick before. I'm at a complete loss with all of this. This is like another world. Yes, it is. Dios's world, and we're just in it. But it should not be expected that be okay. No one should expect that would be okay. Now, it's like I said, it's a good thing that she didn't earn his trust over the course of months, and then God knows what she would have, you know? So there's that on the bright side. But in any case,
like a journalist, like reporting on some fucking, you know, whatever. But anything that is not regularly shown in day-to-day life from your body, it's your right to decide who gets to see it. It doesn't matter if it's you without a shirt or your dick. You have the right to who gets to see that, I think, right?
I agree, Aiden.
Taboo. Rough sex is not a justification for literally anything. Turkey Tom described sexually assaulting their partners, and nobody noticed because they'd have to think about sex in realistic terms.
Nobody noticed.
Fantastical. If you're thinking of the rules
everybody
of sex in this
noticed.
way, you're not serious. You think it's
to be honest, no photos privately sent in an intimate context should be disseminated without the consent of the party involved, even if genitals are omitted. It's just on principle that should be adhered to.
If the balls don't touch, and you probably don't have that much sex unless you can afford to exploit someone.
Afford to exploit someone?
I'm gonna add some qualifiers.
Afford to exploit someone? That sounds like an anti-sex work thing. Am I just misunderstanding? Well, I mean, she said a lot of things about the hole where his penis should be. And his penis. I had to change the entire reading vibe. People notice everyone just got distracted by the absurdity of the text messages and the leaker accuser trying to bait the farms. Yes. Maybe try not giving people psychosis. Listen. Some things just come naturally. It's just my natural state of being. Oppression. Hey, Offhand, I've been lost since she spoke about a corpse. Oh, there's so much, so much. If you go back in the VOD where I was doing the dramatic reading of the, her Dicker's manifesto. Yeah. It's just absurd, but like, but we all can take a lesson from this too, right? We can all take a lesson from this, which is be aware. Be careful what you put on Discord, send people and stuff, right? You don't know. Maybe it'll be accident, like, you know, it doesn't only have to be malicious reasons. Sometimes things can leak by accident. You don't want to mess around. It's not worth it. Apparently the sort of relationship she has decided Dickers wants to have is like sexual combat sports in which the winner gets to fuck the corpse. This sounds like a video you could find somewhere out there, and I do not want to.
I'm making very generalized statements, and I know there's going to be outliers that I'd probably be okay with that wouldn't fall into that, unless potentially, right, there's allegations of like sexual wrongdoing, and it's like an essential part of demonstrating said wrongdoing, I guess.
Turkey, Tom can do it with your money, because you wish you could punch the uninterested women who, you know, aren't even that hot anyway, when they finally give in, because, you know, because they know you'll lose it.
Also, Dickers never said that she wasn't even that hot. I keep thinking this can't get more unhinged than it does.
Father, unto your hands I condemn this spirit, that you may cast him beneath the earth, and unto the ditch of Abaddon, forever interred in my abode, where I may cast my eye upon him, and he can know terror, a new eternal. Amen.
Yep.
Interest immediately afterwards, and it'll only take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, like, I took issue when Parry was, like, photographing me in my hotel room and shit without me knowing. Like, I think that that's, like, super fucking invasive, when you do shit like that. I think that if you're doing it in the context of something sexual, I think it's, like, pervy. I think that,
yeah,
like, normal, like, decent people don't do shit like that, right? I never photograph people without their consent, even though I have the right to, if I was, like, on the sidewalk or something. This is a big reason why I don't necessarily IRL stream or feel that comfortable doing it. I wouldn't really like to show people on camera who don't want to be shown. I think it's like a basic, it's like a basic respect thing as well.
That's not even sex, in my opinion. Can you imagine being so far down the Gooner rabbit hole that practically owning a woman only reminds you of how much they really don't want to be there, and so you have to punch them?
What?
That is how kink works.
Huh? What does that mean?
Can you imagine being so far down the Gooner rabbit hole that practically owning a woman only reminds you of how much they really don't want to be there, and so you have to punch them? That is how kink works, you know. They
Wha-
are based on things. They're a reason why Turkey Tom wants to punch women. It's not an entirely abstract preference born from the ether. He has emotional needs.
I think there can be multiple contributing factors to why somebody has. I think there's partially genetic factors involved, in respect to like sadism. I think that it's like obviously partially genetic, but I also think that or I also think like the actual environmental factors that contribute to that, I think are like super multifaceted. There are people who have like been raped that like to take on a certain role to reclaim power. There are people who have felt powerless. There are people who have felt powerless previously in life for other reasons that decide to become a sadist, or don't decide. It's not a conscious decision, but like it manifests in like consensual sexual sadism. There are people that had like overbearing, like parental figures in their life that relive it in like a sadistic or masochistic fantasy
That he doesn't pay attention to, and resents women and resents the women he exploits for not figuring out what's wrong and fixing it for him, because he's a giant baby and he's gonna bite mommy because he's fussy and he has a messy diaper. So no, you can't punch people.
I mean, 333. He has confessed to the diaper allegations.
You can't punch people. That's not part of the rough sex package. And
I appreciate that Aiden is adding this level of detail, understanding, not just goofing around. Yeah.
can. Just so we're very clear, you can, right? It's just, is that what they want? Are they consenting to it? Is consent explicitly, right?
Rough sex package, maybe. So no, you can't punch people. You can't punch people. That's not part of the rough sex package. And
you can. Just so we're very clear, you can, right? It's just, is that what they want? Are they consenting to it? Is consent explicitly communicated and obviously not like coerced or influenced by external factors? Does this person understand that they can end it at any time, normally through like the communication of a safe word, right? There are guys that like to get chained up and whipped by women, okay? Like, I think it's weird, but I think that's totally okay, so long as you're consenting to it.
And if you want to punch someone during sex, you have to ask permission before engagement. And, you know, I would be prepared to answer some questions. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, they probably just don't want to do it, and you already know that, so why would you ask?
Lissad wants to. Lissad would do anything to. Okay? Lissad would send Dickers more material, quote unquote, today, I imagine. I believe that he was like, you know what? Why don't we just try again? I 100% bet that she would say yes. Not that he would. And if he, some hypothetical world, if he ever did, then it's like, well, that's, the hole where your penis should be is not her. Lissad, like Mossad. Like Mossad, because people were calling her Lizreal. I think Lissad is better. She keeps acting like only men are doms. Yeah. So has the nation of Lissad officially joined the UN United Nations? Seems like.
Yeah, why does that even sound so appealing? Probably just don't want to do it. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, prepare to answer some questions. If you think they might react badly and make sex less likely, they probably just don't want to do it, and you already know that. So
like,
why
the problem is not if Lissad wanted to engage with him. She wanted more. She didn't just want that. And Dicker should never have engaged. He should never have engaged. Because it could have gone bad a different way. She could have been like, you know, instead of victimizing him, she could be victimizing herself. I don't know. Who knows? Things could go either way. You know, this form of instability, if she wasn't making it his concern, you know, it would still be a problem. If she's actually in DGG, someone you know who is already buying her a plane ticket, let's be honest. I don't know. I don't know who she's been talking to, but I would not be surprised. What was I going to say? I was thinking Marquis de Sade when you said it, considering the subject matter. Got it. No, Lissad has been a thing for, I think since she was fully exposed. Didn't even think about that. Yeah. Like, he could have harmed someone. It just turned out this way. So, he's got to be careful because, once again, she was very clearly obsessed with him. Very obviously, clearly, like, screamingly, you know? But she could just be, like, you know, doing all of this spinning in her head and self-harming, you know? So hopefully he doesn't, you know? I mean, she literally said that she's obsessed with him and, like, runs to go to when she sees that he's streaming or something. She wanted him to let her know if he was taking the day off from being online and streaming every day. She wanted him to inform her what his plans were. For this is like a strictly sexual. This is not supposed to be anything more. And so Queen sitting here, you know, and in the dock being like, you know, maybe like she had a reasonable wants. No, absolutely not. Would not be surprised if Lissy started talking to Destiny on stream. Yep. Yep. Isn't it great that DGG is trying to court another mentally ill into their ranks? Yes. Which is why, you know, I think that, you know, that's why we have to carry the lore. Carry the lore. You see someone spreading misinformation in the lore, a DGG lie. If someone starts calling Lissad a victim again. Yeah.
You ask. Better yet, why does that even sound so appealing to you?
Why would you ask? Or this person, I don't know what this person's gender is. They're communicating a hypothetical.
So how do we figure this out then? How do we engage in kink with people you're sexually compatible with while being sure we're not traumatizing?
Okay, so there is a world where this person is okay with people engaging in kinky sex.
Abusing each other. That's what BDSM is. There is no oops, accidentally.
And like, they keep leaking more images of their sex. It's unnecessary. She's about to become Neo Commentary's Chelsea Manning. That sounds horrible. No.
Or ignored your boundaries version of BDSM. There's
obviously
Neo
not. That would be rape or sexual assault. Or,
no. Oh,
or literal assault.
I should have known. It was obvious. I shouldn't have ever been messing around with her version of BDSM. There's no, I don't want to do the aftercare, but I'll just do the sex now.
Literal assault, non-sexual assault.
If you mean like DGG, Lissy and DGG.
Oh, and I'll tell her later.
I don't know that much about Chelsea Manning. Except she'd be around places.
Well, I never actually said yes to that
in
version of BDSM.
Places,
There's
I
a
think.
version of BDSM where you're doing something to the other partner that they do not fully want and desire of their own accord.
No
and without your
shit.
influence. There is no, oh, come on, just this time version of BDSM. And there is no...
That just... What? I don't know why we're talking about this.
This is all total nonsense. That dissolves upon contact with reality.
There's a lot. I can just tell. There's so much projection happening here. This person is an unrelated grievance, and they're using this situation to channel it. Because the shit that's being described here, I think, is like so wildly removed from the dynamic that we saw
experienced or thinks about it for more than a second will understand.
No, Dicker's nudes are not out there. Dicker's nudes are not out there, right? I just have heard rumors of certain
Yeah, she was the one who leaked all the stuff to WikiLeaks in the early 2010s, went to prison until Obama pardoned her. Okay, Obama pardoned her, I see.
It's not like genitals or anything, but certain intimate like images being leaked, and I think that that's obviously completely unacceptable.
I mean, like, she'll start whistleblowing up made up shit. She'll say Dickers told her over their 16 days about commentary. Oh, I see. I got you.
That this is just abuse.
Yes. Hey, Snails. Thank God he wouldn't send those. I swear, I'm like, just imagine if months go by, she lulls him into a sense of safety. Maybe he sends a little bit of, you know, a little too much. That would totally happen. That would totally happen. So I think that, you know, if you see someone spreading Lissad lies, you know, if you feel like it, pushing back a little bit is a good way to fight back upon the DGG lying industrial complex. Fun fact, the Chelsea Manning leaks were what radicalized me to the far left. Cool.
If you are even tempted to say any of these things, you're not ready, and in my opinion, are a deeply closeted and resentful bottom in denial. BDSM exists to make these sort of deeply scarring and traumatizing patterns of behavior.
They're obviously MTF. Because MB people, I guess, don't exist. Like, I've made that assumption before and have been wrong.
Impossible, and those who are into that shit easily discernible to anyone who knows what they're talking about. People loudly declaring they're a dom are almost universally not, and when they do, it's not because they're trying to hustle up some new honeys. An actual dom
hustle up new honeys?
And submissives as people, and people that say, "Ooh, you can do anything you want," as a liability, who are likely to have a severe reaction or worse, are actively seeking to incriminate you. They would not start treating a 22-year-old like a kitten, asking for sexual material that they've already expressed discomfort with, let alone...
How old is Dickers? I also, when I was saying this person was too old, I thought that there's a VC.
I feel like that's weird to tell Aiden he should be assuming Queen's gender. Yes. I don't know who said that. I'm skipping to when Queen calls in. I don't need any more. What was the thing that she said before? Some snappy lines.
Call in. You just join that voice chat, and then I'll drag you into the live VC. The link to my Discord is just in the description of the stream. So you're just gonna want to click that link, join, and then there's the call-in voice chat. Click. Hello?
Okay, here we go.
So you might be having an input issue. What you want to do, some stuff. Well, I'm hearing that you believe that Dickers is abusive, correct?
Oh, shit.
Okay. Guys. There are 9 people who have not liked the stream, so I can only assume that's 9 people who like the whole staying empty. Nothing, no penis, no vagina, no love, no mercy. If you would like some mercy in the hole where your penis should be, Please like this stream. Cool. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I only made this because Dickers is abusive.
I only made
Okay.
this because Dickers is abusive. Okay, cool.
I want you guys to understand, like, it doesn't matter, like, like, how compromised Lissy is, because Dickers was the Dom, he was in charge. Whatever happened is his responsibility.
Well, he was in charge in regards to like the sexual dynamic, right? But in regards to like the broader ability to disengage from the environment, it doesn't seem like he had any control over that.
Right, but when was that not happening?
When was what not happening?
The what now?
When was what not happening? Sorry?
When were they not engaging sexually? Like, when were they not in character?
Wait, what?
Right? But in regards well, he was in charge in regards to like the sexual dynamic, right? But in regards to like the broader ability to disengage from the environment, it doesn't seem like he had any control over.
Listen, the BDSM knowers in chat will have to comment if there are any clarifications you want me, because I do not know.
Right, but when was that not happening?
When was what not happening?
The what now?
When was what not happening? Sorry?
When were they not engaging sexually? Like, when were they not in character? What are we talking about?
Huh?
Sure. So just because the sexting was happening a lot doesn't mean like in the broader picture of being able to like block or disengage from the Discord communication, that was always in the power of the participants, right? He didn't have control over that.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know.
I mean, also, but like people who are in abusive relationships also have the ability to leave those relationships. So that doesn't mean it's not abuse.
Of course not in and of itself, but in the scenarios you're talking about, a degree of social control would exist over the participant where their own best interests are not centered and they believe in, they reasonably fear negative consequences as a result of desisting, or they've fallen for manipulation that keeps them in like a honeymoon phase, often influenced by physical abuse. In this instance, we're talking about a purely online dynamic where the physical threat was non-existent, the control over this person's respective life and like personal...
Right, where somebody has a lot of compromising material of a person who has said that they were uncomfortable with what they've got.
With what they what? Sorry?
With what they sent. They have...
That's fucking bullshit. She said to me that she would rather her nudes come out first. That she doesn't care.
As a discomfort with the increasing amount of explicit material that was being sent.
So why were they sending it?
Because they wanted to, well, first of all, they could have been,
Also, not the punishment levels meme, but there's levels to this. Dickers literally couldn't touch. She played with her heart. That's it. Yes. Yes. That, and you know. It's like, he shouldn't have, done that, and it could have gone wrong in a way that would have only impacted her. He picked the box with the bomb in it. You know. But she's taken it beyond the pale. Leaking intimate images and all this sex stuff. And if he wasn't even cheating, you know.
oh man, I'm sorry. This is fucking with me so hard.
No worries.
I've got my voice echoing back. This is messing with me.
What microphone are you using?
Oh my god, this fucks with my brain. Okay, so I'm sorry. So So what is possible is that, you know, she's worried about what happens with the materials that she's already sent, right? It's a thing where you get caught in a increase an escalating cycle where like you're afraid of what they're going to do if you leave, you know, with the materials you've already sent them, but then also if you stay you have to do something dirtier the next day.
So did he ever? Okay, so I would agree that that power be
Wait,
exerted
what?
if he ever like used that the threat of leaking that as like leverage.
The threat? No. The threat is implicit. It doesn't matter. You know, it's a thing where you with Okay, so I'm sorry. So what is possible is that, you know, she's worried about what happens with the materials that she's already sent, right?
She's
It's
not
a thing
worried.
where you get caught in a increase an escalating cycle where like you're afraid of what they're going to do if you leave, you know, with the materials you've already sent them, but then also if you stay you have to do something dirtier the next day.
So did he ever? Okay, so I would agree that that power be exerted if he ever like used that the threat of leaking that as like leverage.
The threat? No. The threat is implicit. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
Yeah,
so anybody.
demanding a relationship, basically, them being spiteful, no man could get away with that. Yes. That is also true.
Okay, so
He doesn't have to have a
so just-
fucking knife
so-
in his teeth. Like, I don't.
So just so I'm being clear, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say a guy and a woman are talking, they like each other very much. The guy sends an explicit photo to the woman after she
Are
asks.
they in an explicit BDSM dynamic?
We can get to you're going way ahead of me. Let's just say they're in this
Nope,
explicit relationship.
okay, well,
we're isolating it.
In that
we're-
case, I don't know. I don't
hold
know,
on.
and I don't care.
I didn't even ask the question yet. The question was.
But I don't know.
Oh, you don't. Okay, maybe hear
Oh
it
my
out before you
God.
decide that you don't know. The question is
Okay,
going to
go
be:
on.
if nudes are sent, is it impossible for the guy to be able to consent to any other sexual exchanges because that could be leverage, the prospect of her leaking that?
Is it impossible for there to be any other sexual exchange?
What?
No, it's not impossible, I guess.
Well, it sounds like your premise.
Why
for
does that so? It's not impossible, I guess. She argued in her video that Dickers tried to blackmail Lissy. Yeah. I didn't really see that much of her video. But yeah, just said stuff. But Dickers never even remotely vaguely, there was never the concept of Dickers ever sharing anything of hers whatsoever was never in the same universe. There was not, I do not believe, and I'll, like, seriously, I really do not believe that there's any world in which Dickers would have leaked her anything. Her nudes, her docs, or whatever. That was never, like, Lissy introduced the implication of a threat, of Dickers threatening. Like, she just started saying, like, you're being very threatening right now. After she was, like, confronted about leaking stuff. Her take was basically that because Lissy sent him images of herself, he inherently had the ability to hold it as leverage. Yeah, that's stupid. Stupid argument. So Queen just went into the conversation with Lissy to tell her how she was wronged, and Lissy is just like, yeah, that sounds better than my current narrative, let's do it. And doesn't let Queen know that it literally contradicts things she's already said. Yeah. Exactly.
Would have been abusive is the implicit consent of nudes being leaked, but it sounds like the only
No. My
factor for that
premise
threat
for this being
existing.
abusive is the fact that this is a BDSM relationship.
What?
Okay, what does a BDSM relationship change about this exactly?
Well, they needed to discuss limits beforehand. He needed to know beforehand what she was comfortable with sending, the point she was, and to the
She
point
never said she was uncomfortable sending. Whatever.
where she was no longer comfortable. They never covered anything like that.
Why do you think a safe word exists in like the context of like BDSM?
He laughed at the safe word.
No, but why do you think other people use it? What is the purpose? What is the utility of that safe word?
to cut this shit.
Why? Okay. Why does it need to be a safe word instead of no in a BDSM context?
Because you can be moaning no and not
Yes,
mean it.
exactly.
In the same way, you can also be like, oh, I'm shy, and actually mean, actually, I want to suck.
Exactly. Lissy did that. Didn't Lissy do that in the DMs that I couldn't escape?
Doing this right now.
150%. So in that context, no is not going to serve functional utility in ending the dynamic, and somebody could be harmed, right, reasonably by that. In this instance, when he asked her for nudes, did she say no, and then he just didn't respect that and decided?
See, this is why I get so I just get repelled. I'm like, I want absolutely none of this nonsense. Thank goodness for Aiden, because I do not want any of this. Aiden can have those. Take them away.
To, I guess.
She said she was shy, and that is press back.
Saying you're shy is very different than no.
That's press back? What?
Discuss limits in the first place. That makes it impossible to figure out where the limit is.
This is so fucking stupid. I hate it so much.
Online engagement, a safe word would serve no functional utility in this dynamic, right? No would suffice. No, or simply ending the communication would suffice. The reason the safe word exists in real life BDSM context.
In the same way, no could suffice in real life.
No, it's very different because you just admitted. I just got you.
Oh my god! If someone, I presume that if someone said no, and you wanted to. And you wanted to stop, that you would just not be able to do that. You know, I guess that's just not a thing you can do then, right? I guess you just can't, I guess you can't say no then. It's just so fucking stupid.
Communication would suffice. The reason the safe word exists in real life BDSM context.
In the same way, no could suffice in real life.
No, it's very different because
I don't think I saw this part.
I just got you to concede that people in IRL BDSM sex. I'm explaining what, so you don't need to ask me what while I'm answering the fucking question. Okay? The no wouldn't. You just conceded that no in that context wouldn't serve conversational utility because people moan it. Can just moan it during IRL BDSM sex all the fucking time, right? So the other party wouldn't know that consent is being retracted, right? That would be the functional utility. So the IRL factor that exists there that
makes said no during sex before, it actually can happen. So
yeah, it can happen. It means that it means that you don't have a safe word, and then you should, yeah, definitely no. If you don't have a safe word, then yes, no means no. Right? Am I wrong here? If you don't have a safe word, no means no, and that's enough. Right? Now I'm questioning if Queen actually has much experience with this kind of relationship herself. It doesn't seem like it.
Oh.
You can say no during sex, of course. Nobody's denying that, right? But in the context of a BDSM dynamic, as I've just gotten you to admit, right, that wouldn't serve much utility because the whole disliking it part is a sort of a...
Well, it actually really kind of depends on the partner because the Dom is supposed to be really paying fucking attention.
Yeah, but also...
paying attention to the person not wanting it.
They're supposed to know the limits. They're supposed to know all this shit. They're supposed to...
Yeah. But if they aren't sure, then you just go with no. Right?
Yes.
What?
Did she say no to anything? Yeah, over Discord. I don't know. What are you gonna do? What is he gonna do? Yeah, the Dom needs to know everything. You have to go by the look in his eye.
the other person is interested in, not whatever pops into their head.
So okay, so in an instance where no,
He's supposed to read that over Discord. Yeah, just like how after 3 days of observation, she realized that Lissad was driven to psychosis and was not already crazy. Queen's arguments in this discussion coming up are so insane.
or in an instance where no wouldn't suffice or give reasonable communication to the other person that the behavior would be unwanted because it would be an expected part of the sexual dynamic, then you use a safe word, right? Here, in this instance, she doesn't even say no. So I don't even know why.
No, you don't necessarily say the safe word. And also, she doesn't understand BDSM dynamics enough to be able to know that. Like,
what do you mean?
well, what do you mean what? Like, she doesn't know BDSM. She she is being okay. She has done some, but
yeah, but she can't be expected to know he had a girlfriend.
Like, as much as he has, like, they
That's
don't
also
know
true.
what they're doing.
Fair point.
They don't have limits. They haven't established anything.
So are you arguing to me that she wasn't educated about the block button, and that's like a part of, or like the unfriending, or like how to unfriend somebody on Discord? He should have educated her about that beforehand.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking
So
that
just so we're clear, she did know enough to be able to
She
disengage.
liked him and grew emotionally attached over the course of this, pet play thing that they were
Yeah,
doing,
that
which is,
happens.
pretty extreme.
Just because you're emotionally attached doesn't mean you can't consent.
Yeah, that does happen, and that's why you have to.
What is Google? How does Google work? How do we do Google?
Be careful when you're talking about BDSM because it is extreme situations. It's not just a toy.
Yeah, but the care there would be somebody who might be indicating non-consent. That could be a part of the dynamic. So additional attention should be provided for awareness of actual retraction of consent, and fail-safes should exist like the existence of a safe word. In this instance, the ability to assist communications is adequately supplied by the block button or unfriending, which this person had adequate knowledge of, right?
Right, and then, he would not talk to her anymore, and then there are things she was concerned about, I imagine,
I'm sorry, would it be abuse to not talk to this person?
Well, okay, so in this is
What do
actually kind of what it
No, it's not. It's not because they're not having a relationship. He doesn't have to check in with her every single fucking day. He doesn't have to at all. And you are also allowed to end an interaction whenever you want. At any point. Yes, this was a 2-week dynamic. Like, if you want to argue that this type of relationship is something that's too difficult to negotiate over Discord, that's a fair argument, but that's not the same thing as someone being abusive. Was there a point where Lizzie told Dickers how experienced she was with BDSM? I have no idea. This is literally, how is cyberbullying even real, bro? Just log off, lol. This is... It's crazy. And also, he put a pause on it. He was like, can we take a week pause? And she was like, well, I just assumed that it was over, so I didn't care and I started leaking.
down to is that
Like, because she doesn't have boundaries. Like, I might get dates off like a day or two or something, but so much happened. So much. But yeah, he was turned out he was straightforward. She did, she's just so, the issue is that she doesn't have, like, boundaries of what she's willing to do. She could just do anything, you don't know. Yeah, it's crazy how Lissy is allowed to not care about boundaries at all, but Dickers has to read her mind. Yes, exactly.
What she had really needed, from my understanding, was to be able to know if Dickers was going to be out of contact for a day, because like she just needs somebody to talk to.
That would just be rude.
Yeah,
Just so we're clear,
like,
that would,
so,
that would
yeah,
just be rude.
so it
I
can
go,
No, it wouldn't be rude because he never promised her that. And that is also, I've had people like that who just need to. Don't ever do that. If you're not in a relationship with someone, they cannot ask you that. If you like don't have, if there's not like some, this is the crazy part, it's creepy. Yes, exactly, exactly. It's like the worst kind of enabling. Yes, and controlling. Like, this is what she did to punish him. In the GM scroll that she sent me that day when I was demanding she show receipts, and she sent me doctor one, so I was like, just send me the whole thing. It's just like, he was, you know, I would say he was very clear about not being interested in something romantic, in my opinion, from what I saw. But he never should have, like, he should have not gotten involved with her. Like, he just thought she was hot enough for it to be worth it, and that it would probably be okay, probably. Yeah, it's not abusive to not get back to someone immediately. If someone tries to control you, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. It's about them and what they can get from you. And so when she couldn't get Dickers to give her attention and get that hit off of that, she needed to get his attention other ways, forcing him to get into like you remember when she was like trying to make him get into a call with her so she could show him her deleting DMs. You know, like just trying to get him back, like forcing him to get back on a call with her. You know? That's abusive. What she's doing is abusive. Now, the level of bad that I feel would be, you know, like, he doesn't deserve this. No one deserves this. No one should be, like, getting sexually humiliated. But also, you know, he should consider in the future that, you know, it could be a different girl who could easily have been the only one harmed. Yes, yes. The amount of DMs prior to any perceived mistreatment that were screenshot on or after the day they were sent. Yes, so all the screenshots she was sending, a lot of them were like taken on the day, so they don't even have like the date on it. The day, or say like yesterday or something, you know? So she was taking it all the whole time. She was plotting from the beginning. She said so she when she got him into the call, I believe, and faked deleting their archive or whatever it's called, or whatever you call it, their messages. But she didn't actually delete. She had a different copy. And she told me. I was like, that's good. That's good. Of course you wouldn't delete. Of course don't delete your receipts, you know, back when I thought he was like a cheater who was lying and running. But that was just a tool for her to torment him with. Like, this is plotted. This was a plan. Yeah, she was saving up. It's crazy. So yeah. It's very twisted. Very twisted. Yeah, she always intended to either have him or destroy him. Exactly. Like, she's a very specific kind of person. Who's a perpetual victim. Who will just, like, lie and say anything or be anything. Because also in the midst of... She keeps lying about being a sex worker, too. She lied about not having an OnlyFans. But, like, she like, changes her stories. Like, she'll just change her story. And it's like, what? Okay, who cares? It's like, I feel like it's, when there's a carnivore, you know, when I say predator, I mean in an animalistic sense, you know, like some kind of animal hunting that, like, I'm just imagining, like, some kind of animal trying to eat a poisonous lizard. That's what she is. She's like a poisonous, or like a gecko. A poison gecko, Lissy is, right? So he was just expecting it to be like a harmless snack that he didn't really have to think too much about. But she turned out to be deadly. And, poison dart frog. There were literally so many lies when I was trying to explain the actual situation to Lisa. I glossed over a lot because I literally couldn't recall the lies. Exactly. That's why I said, like, all the stuff she said in DMs, as while Gray was going through my DM scroll to check it before I sent it to Dickers. They were, like, laying out notable screenshots along the way that just show, like, how fucking flagrant her lies are now and how much her story's changed. And some of it is pretty damning, like when she told me that, like, she still had a copy of their DMs, and I was like, that's good. She's like, this isn't my first rodeo. I'm like, what does that mean? How many rodeos have you been to? And what are you gonna do to the horse? She's, yeah. She's one of those skinks with poisonous green blood. Is that, like a kind of lizard?
People all
That
the
you
time.
just need communication.
That would be rude.
That is
So we're clear.
like because like she just was going to be, my understanding was to be able to know if Dickers was going to be out of contact for a day, because
That's completely an unreasonable thing to ask, and he should have fled upon mention of this.
like she just needs somebody to talk to.
That would just be rude.
Yeah,
Just so we're clear.
like,
That would,
so,
that would
yeah,
just be rude.
so it
I go
can
to
be
people all
that
the
you
time.
just need communication.
That would be rude,
That
not
is
abuse.
He doesn't owe that to her.
What?
That would be rude, not abusive.
I don't think it's rude either, but you know, that would be based on if they had some kind of agreement, but if you're not in a relationship, I think it's totally unreasonable to like think anyone owes you their time, you know?
No, not necessarily.
Not
It
necessarily.
doesn't have to be one. Not necessarily. It depends on.
I'm certain that I'm patiently waiting for her to turn around and accuse the shitters of abuse. I'm certain that's why she was trying to send everyone weirdly sexual shit in DMs when she started leaking. Yes, like she sent Aiden the a video or something that had like a spoiler tag on it, so you can't see what it is, but it's like her stretching, I guess, showing her flexibility. She, you know, and she sent a drawing of boobs based on her own boobs to Gooner42, who's like, I don't know, 18 or 19 apparently. You know, she's 22, but like he's clearly like, he was uncomfortable. He's like, please don't send me stuff like that. And she was like, what? They're just boobs. And it's like, no, that's completely inappropriate. You can't do that. You know? Or apologize. I mean, she like kind of, but she just did it in a dismissive way. Like, no.
The dynamics. It depends on the relationship, and it depends on the context. Then you're just trying to divorce everything from the context.
So what context existed here where not replying for a day would make the exchange abusive?
The context is that she needs somebody to talk to, and so she asked in advance as one of her boundaries that she wanted to be able.
That's not a fucking boundary, and it's so. How did Queen hide in our midst for so long, whilst being a complete ignorant dumbass? How did we not? How did? Ugh. Get away from people like this.
The context is that she needs somebody to talk to, and so she asked in advance as one of her boundaries that she wanted to be able
at least
to
we know now.
know in advance if he was going to be out of contact. I assume so she can make other plans.
No, that's not what it is. It's not so it's because she wants to know where he is. She needs to have the dopamine hit of his attention. My boundary is you have to do whatever I want always, yes. I didn't even recognize her when she started arguing with me on the server because I'd never noticed her before. Yeah. It's hard to tell who's joking and who's insane through chat. Yes. That is true. That is true. That is true. I have to pee again. I'll just give you one song of some sort. Okay, one sec.
We come alive in the dead of night. Bloody stick in his eye for actually, mate. Just fuck this. I can't really be bothered, man. Fuck that. Fuck it. Yeah. So the story goes. Come about on smoke forever. Let the sheep them know. I'm a beast when I'm on the Charlie, bro. Fuck forever, it's the cool. You think you're so fucking clever. Like start down chewing gum, you know I go hell forever. I'm on track to be the best one ever. Fuck a label, man, we're killing it, we're doing it better. What you blow? wait. So the story goes, I've been living life in a haze, bro. The city like close, I never slow. Gotta learn to calm down, but I don't. Going round for round, I'm fucking buzzing. Council house and violent flow thugging. Got a couple burners in the oven. McLovin' it, McLovin'. Pick the sticky, icky green budding. Pass it to the left if you start bugging. You think you're so fucking clever. Like start down chewing gum, you know I go hell forever. I'm on track to be the best one ever. Fuck a label, man, we're killing it, we're doing it better. What you blow? Out of mind when we out of sight. We come alive in the dead of night. Bloody stick and it's eye for eye. Angels sleep where the devils lie. Devils weep when the angels soar. Morning light knocking at my door. I retreat on the cold stone floor. Come back around and we kill it once more. Hey, soul boy, hang on one second. There's just this greedy little prick that I want to talk to you for a second, man. Would you let me talk to him? Thanks very much, mate. Fuck about, son. I'm the dentist, take the teeth out your mouth, son. You're apprentice, I'm the sensei, what's the outcome? I'm that geezer who will bleed you if you don't run. If you do run, then I'll pursue some. You're a soggy bowl of soup, I'm the crouton. You were bouncing off the hoop, I'm the slam dunk. You were soul sucking music on the G-funk. Yes, I'm a G-punk, I make the if you got trash, then come at the soul boy. I made the NDD and B, I make your help boy. I got a big fucking sting like bell boy. Drop bombs and nukes, call me shell boy. Got spaghetti in my head and it's a state of mind. I done fucked up my face, now I'm Frankenstein. Grams flow, I hope that's alright. Cause if it flows that hard, I gotta flow that twice. You think you're so fucking clever. Like start down chewing gum, you know I go hell forever. I'm on track to be the best one ever. Fuck a label, man, we're killing it, we're doing it better. What you blow?
Okay. I now wonder what she was saying during the Lissy stream. Queen just kept saying I can fix her during the Lissy stream. She was getting a little defensive of her, and that's why I checked in with her. I could see she was starting to project and personalize the drama. I remember someone saying that. I figured it was a joke at the time. Like when I said that about Erudite, but I guess not. That's the thing, sometimes you just don't know. You just don't know. Okay, guys. We're continuing. We are continuing. Once again, if anyone, I will not, this is the only day, the only night
As if a dominant
that I will watch what she has to say about me being a skinwalker in her stream. Broken, submissive voice and the skinwalkers who love them at Dickers at Ico Rules. I will watch it only tonight if we get the goal. Only tonight. Otherwise, I will never watch it. Just FYI. And if we get the goal, we'll also watch Supernatural. But yeah. Her and Lissy will be disgusting. Disgusting.
Then disagrees to that, but then comes back and continues to advance as one of her boundaries that she wanted to be able to, like, know in advance if he was going to be out of contact, I assume, so she can make other plans. He then
did not agree.
Disagrees to that, but then comes back and continues.
She says that he disagrees to that?
Having sexual.
So he doesn't agree and then not fulfill, he just disagrees.
I assume so she can make other plans.
My first thought was, how many nudes did it cost to activate Queen to do this? I hope not. I didn't think that. And I certainly hope not. Excuse me. Excuse me.
He then disagrees to that, but then comes back and continues having.
I do not. That's way too young.
Actual encounters.
Like, aside from everything, on top of everything else, I feel like, I don't know how old Queen is, but I feel like she and I are both too old to get nudes from 22-year-olds, you know, on Discord or something. So I hope that's not the case.
With her without saying, I'm not going to respect that boundary.
Yeah, so, okay, so if, hold on. So if the lack of communication was like a huge problem for her, then that would be like a reason to just desist communicating with this person, find a different sexual partner, right? That would be, that's not like a,
what's the cutoff point? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I would think that, like, 22 is just too young. You know? It's just too young. Say you're 30. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I guess I definitely think that, yeah, we're too old. It's like, I see that as a kid. Yeah. I don't remember. It's hard for me to think about that. I would say, yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine that long ago. And I wasn't single then. I don't know. And I think it's also probably depends on life, IRL life. If you meet someone versus if you are just like talking, like your Discord, you're like a chatter talking to a Discord person, you know? I mean, you should never, I don't think you should ever sex on Discord, ever. Ever, ever, unless you don't care about them being read online somewhere. Discord is not a secure place. Even if someone doesn't intend to leak it, it could happen. You never know. Discord is very leakable. But I don't know. Oh shit, wait, I have to do this again. I have to try to do this again. Let me try to remember. Thank you so much, Commodore, for the 1337 happy birth month. Thank you so much. Very base, very pog. Okay, let me try to like I don't know if I'll remember the entire thing. I don't know why the audio isn't working for like YouTube alerts, so I've been trying to just do them myself. Let me try. I don't know if I'll remember it all.
Actually, I looked at those files. I checked that shit out, and you are lying. There is child porn in there. I watched the child porn. I downloaded it.
I think that was okay. Thank you so much. If you're interested, I am trying to do the sound for the alerts, so if you want to do an alert in particular, I will try to do an alert for it. I think the only sound that works is like the kick subs, I think. Cool.
Right, what you're not doing.
I forgot what I was saying. When I was like maybe like 27, I saw some like younger guys because I was not interested in getting into like a relationship. But yeah, that turned out curse anyway. And then I was in a relationship for 10 years, and then now it's been 2.5 years past that, and maybe in 2027, I'd say probably in 2027, maybe I'll go on a date. We'll see. So it's hard for me to imagine what those years would be like, but I think that it's just a different kind of yikes if someone is older getting new, and this is just a made up thing. This didn't happen that we know of. But that would be an extremely cursed situation.
Right, and in this context, the not doing would be the not communicating part, which would just be rude, not abuse.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so if I'm like if somebody's like...
Oh, Commodore, did you hear the thing? This is the only night, if anyone's interested, I don't know if anyone is. I forget who said, Vodka, that we should watch this. If anyone's interested, if we get the goal, then I will watch whatever this bitch has to say about me. But if not tonight, then no night ever. Tonight only. And then also Supernatural. But yeah, not answering DMs is not abuse. And the sickening thing is that once you see it, once it comes together, you know exactly what kind of person she is, right? Been saying the same thing for a few years, but being alone is really something awesome. Yeah. It's more like eventually I'll start venturing out further. No worries, Peter. Yes. Oh, if not answering DMs is abuse, then I should probably be in prison. I figure, it'll just, as I move forward, if it comes together, cool. If not, I'm not I'm not joining any apps. I'm not doing anything like that. None of that shit. But yeah.
If I'm in an emotionally connected relationship with somebody and we have always tell me where you're going, babe, or some fucking shit, right? And I go out with the guys and we go drinking or whatever.
You make it an explicit part of what you need to feel safe in BDSM.
Not to feel safe.
That's not BDSM. That's off hours.
Relationship in general. What if I need to know where you're going?
BDSM.
Why does BDSM fundamentally change this here? BDSM can change
because these are the dynamics. Because if you don't do this, no, listen to me. Because if you don't do this as the dom, you can find yourself in legal trouble because you have accidentally or you have
legal
screwed
trouble
around with somebody that you shouldn't have, and it gets.
How is this? And that's another thing in the manifesto. She mentioned criminal issues.
You into legal trouble. Like you can abuse a crazy person and they can get you arrested. You have to be careful with that, and that is why this is all important.
There's never been an
this is for his own good. He should be listening to this.
How do you define abuse?
In terms of a BDSM relationship?
Why does the definition of abuse change when we're talking about a BDSM relationship? You could talk about things in a BDSM relationship that bring additional risks of abuse, but abuse would remain functionally the same, your definition, right?
Well, abuse within a BDSM relationship kind of has to come from the dom. Like, oh my god.
Well, okay, what if a sub decides to just for no reason like bite a dom's dick off during oral? That would be abusive, right? That would still be abusive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to come from the dom. That's just incorrect.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
So
anything?
Anything what? Like, what is the question?
So I'm just trying to figure out what about this dynamic is like so exceptional that this common instance of ghosting, which happens in a ton of fucking relationships, would be now all of a sudden abusive.
Well, the context that she said she required this to feel safe in their relationship.
She required this to feel safe in their relationship.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So when so if that were true and she felt unsafe, why did she just like desist engagement with the dynamic?
Because he had a bunch of her pictures, I guess. That's my presumption.
She doesn't give a fuck about that.
That doesn't mean
she doesn't care about that. Hey, Lily.
We've already established this line of logic that somebody else having your photos
she can't be afraid of him leaking her pictures.
She's allowed to be.
He can't.
Well, actually, no.
Is that not like?
There was not a single indication that Dickers would ever. There was never a thought. There's not a threat. It would never. It's all from her. And yes, she literally said that she doesn't care. Gray, do you have the DM where she said she doesn't care?
So why didn't that fear exist when she sent them?
Then I'll put it on the screen.
But it did. That's why she started expressing shyness and not wanting to send them.
Okay. So then why did she ultimately do that if it was so consequential that she felt her safety would be compromised?
Because she was already in this relationship with him where she had agreed to be like his kitten or whatever, and grown emotionally attached was probably emotionally unstable. Well, definitely emotionally unstable. Like I don't know shit about her. That's
So it seems like we're doing a lot of like filling in blanks here that are not necessarily substantiated by the facts.
No, I'm not filling in blanks. I'm literally just looking. I looked through the what is it, the Google Docs and all of that stuff, and I came to the conclusion that it was abuse based on that alone.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude. Absolutely not.
Because he doesn't establish limits, asks for stuff. When she expresses discomfort with that, he continues asking, and that's all there is to it.
Wait, you know what you've just described? If somebody says, I don't want you to communicate in this manner with me, that could potentially be something, right? I don't think the lack of communicate, like I don't think deciding you don't want to talk to somebody is abusive, right? But
Right,
I think,
well, I mean, that's like the thing she was fixated on. Like, yeah.
But
Sorry.
what you just described would be sexual harassment potentially, right? Where the behavior is explicitly communicating, I don't want you to be communicating with me like this, and then they continue anyways, right? Was that occurring? And then the other party was saying, you know, fuck off.
I don't think anybody was saying fuck off.
Is
Or
this too
something.
dark?
It doesn't have to literally be those words, right?
I don't want to. I don't feel like going in and getting it. But, which one was first? Okay. Let me read this to you. I don't know how to turn up the brightness. I don't know how. I don't know how to do that here on this. It's okay. Okay, so what I say here is I said you want to keep it clear and simple and know what you want out of going public and also be able to accept that the shitter's opinions don't matter. Lissad says, I mean, this is August 5th. I mean, I don't want to put something out there that makes this look awful either. I don't need to clarify every little thing. And I said, okay, so be aware that he could redact the nudes and private info and leak everything. And so notice, I say redact the nudes and private info. I never think that he's going to just leak it unredacted. Lissad says, oh, Def, I think I literally called it mutually assured destruction. And I said, as long as you're okay with that. And Lissad says, I'm fairly body positive, LMAO. I'm fairly body positive, LMAO. And I said, I don't mean nudes. I mean like anything else you might have said. She says, I wasn't too mean about things. I was cagey about giving actual info. I said, okay, cool. So there's that. It's like basically like she's not worried about it. And I also said, I don't remember what came before this. This looks weird. Lissad says, not my fault. They shouldn't be right there in such a grabbable spot. That sounds weird. I don't remember what she said before that. I'm concerned. I don't remember. It could be something like a cat or something. I don't remember. Gray took this screenshot. I said, just be articulate and let what you present speak for itself. And she said, joking. Oh, she's talking about OCD eyebrow plucking. That's what it was. Okay. Okay, but okay, so she said, joking, I've shaved them clean off before. Did bi pride flag colored drawn on brows and called them bi brows. And I said, that sounds super cute. And Lissad said, I would rather my nudes leak first, LMAO. I said, just seriously don't try to convince every last asshole. And she says, but yeah, Dickers is basically coming to me with info that I'm not receiving and basically believing the info first. I said, what do you mean? And then that's cut off there. But yeah, I would rather my nudes leak first, LMAO. Yeah, so this is really definitely a scared hostage.
But something akin to that, like, stop, I don't want to deal with you, or some fucking
I'm
shit.
listening. 1 second.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat? I don't understand what you're.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm saying that what you've described
trichomania.
could potentially be
So
sexual
she
harassment.
sends the pics and
Trichotillomania.
he says fuck off. Like what?
I'm asking if that's what was happening. I mean, we could just look. I could just go through these messages myself right now, right? But I'm pretty sure I've already seen them. But I'll.
Okay, no, okay, I understand now. Okay. So yeah, no, she expresses being shy, which is resistance, which, like, you know, in the context of this, should tell him to slow the fuck down at least, and he doesn't. He says that, you know, he thinks she can do it, but, you know, if not, you know, then don't, which is not, you know, he needed to stop at that point.
So okay, so she, in these DMs, I'm just going through them right now. She says stop at some point, right? Or I don't want you to keep. Do you know which?
She says she's shy.
Okay, so she just says she's shy. She doesn't establish a boundary. She's just indicating she's shy.
Right. Well, they didn't establish limits up front, which is what they needed to do. Like, especially with this kind of thing.
Okay, so if, like, it turns out.
Okay, so like she doesn't know where the off ramp is, right? Like, she doesn't know at what point she'll be able to stop doing things.
No, you've admitted she knows about the block button, and if she truly felt that way, how did she feel empowered to leak this, if that was a legitimate fear of hers? If she was that uncomfortable establishing her boundaries, why was she comfortable leaking this exchange? That would probably anger him more, and any negative adverse consequence that would be impacting her consent, that would make her fearful to disengage. I don't know why that wouldn't have prevented her from leaking this at all.
I don't know. She probably got unstable at some point, is my guess. It certainly sounded like it.
Probably because she's aware of her own agency here and that she has the power to do or not do things, right? She was totally fine.
Yeah, sure.
So she was totally fine exercising her agency when it came to the continuous leaking of intimate sexual exchanges to humiliate him.
I don't know that.
You don't think she consented to leaking what she leaked?
No, you said that's not what you said.
Okay, what did you think I said?
I don't remember. I'm pretty fucking tired, man.
Okay, so she obviously consented to leaking the material that
I may have gotten some chocolate chips.
She leaked, right? She obviously consented to that. Yeah. She went out of her way to, like, communicate this across multiple channels. Right. If she was in fear of disengaging in this dynamic, right, to the point where she couldn't say no even if she wanted to, or exercise the agency she has as an adult to disengage, I don't know why that fear would dissipate.
Think she didn't have the agency to do that. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, I have the agency to leave an abusive relationship. Like, doesn't mean that makes it that simple.
No, not necessarily, right? But in that instance where, like, your agency would be impeded by actual, like, control over your life. Many times it's a cycle, right? Abuse is a cycle. It involves severing of connections. It involves, like, exertion of physical, it could be either emotional or physical power where people remain fearful. There's, like, love bombing that comes with it that makes you, like, put up with the negative behavior. So you go back to this individual. All of those things would impede agency. But those things and the degree of
bombing, so.
and here,
like, yes, they definitely should have communicated better. Ideally not at all, but yes, it's essential in all dynamics to communicate effectively with a partner. So in this, July 19th, Lissy says, I'm having a hard time, LMAO. Ticker says, a hard time with the shyness? Lissy says, yes. Ticker said, I think you can do it, but if you really don't think you're able to, then that's fine. Lissy said, I'm really sorry. I She made the "I'm really sorry" in very small text too. I don't know why. Dicker said, "I'm trying to feel out whether I can push you or not." Yeah, so I'm sure this isn't good communication, but like, this isn't good communication, but he's like, you know, so being like, if you don't, here it is for ya. I view the small text as them whispering. Well, I imagine it as like small, you know, being small.
Like this escalated, like this whole thing escalated over the course of like what, 10 days.
Whether she's playing into it or not trying to sweep. Yeah. Like he doesn't know. So, you know, at least he's not miskiffing her. Not that he could over Discord, but you know what I mean.
To just they like Dickers as the Dom needs to take.
Why is there a cutoff? I don't know.
Time with that sort of thing.
I'm not reading these.
I don't understand. Like, the Dom would have
I'm not
more
reading
responsibility in like actual sex, right? Because as I've said before,
I'm turning my eyes away.
Before, the fear would be
Look away.
that somebody is expressing a boundary and doesn't like what's occurring, but you can't actually see it because a big part of the, you know, masochist like role play or whatever is sometimes like CNC, right? So that's why you establish safe words. In this dynamic, the individual had the agency and ability to desist communications if they wish to do so, right? And they demonstrably did not fear negative consequence from him, as evidenced by how comfortable they were doing things that would enrage him, assumptively enrage him, probably more than actually desisting the communications.
Comfortable with that. I think that was actually a result of they're breaking down, like they're cracking up over the pressure that they were they were under.
What if Dicker's not responding for a day was him breaking down over the pressure of the dynamic? Does he have a right to?
I didn't think Dickers was breaking down.
I know. I'm saying, what if Dickers was breaking down?
I think if Dickers was breaking down too,
and decide to desist
I think that yes, she was holding him hostage, jerking him around. Ugh. With threats. Ugh.
What would over what? Like if they?
I don't over anything. You have a right to retract consent over anything.
Right.
So yeah. So if he just didn't want to consent or he didn't want to deal with these exchanges, so he decided to take a day to himself, does he not have the ability to retract that consent for a day?
Hello, my baby.
Yes, but like, well, no, not for a day, because like you've already broken your, the thing that you guys have agreed to in advance.
What if they
she just needed to know in advance if he was going to be gone for a day.
Like, he didn't agree to that. You just said that.
So what if me and my girlfriend agree to fuck every single day, and then there's a day she doesn't want to have sex with me? Is that has my consent been violated?
You have to think about this. You have to think about this. Jesus Christ. Hi, Frankie. Are you allowed to say no? Are you allowed to say no? I understand what's happening here.
Is that has my consent been violated?
I'd have to know the context.
Okay. I feel like you kind of know the
the context.
It's going to be applicable in most cases, right? You have the right to
not
be feeling it for a day and take a day to yourself.
Queen is one of those people who thinks the threshold for men being abused is higher than for women. That's what this is. Hmm. Like whether she knows it or not, that's what this is. Huh. What uh what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. Hi, Frankie. Are you trying to get on the table again? My baby. Like that question Aiden asked should have been easy. Yes. Automatic. Automatic.
Yeah. I think you should probably talk to the partner about that.
You should probably talk to the
And be
partner.
like, I'm not feeling it today. I don't want to.
So is all cases of ineffective communication consent violations tantamount to abuse?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I can't think of every possible situation.
Got it. Well, it
What?
sounds like here the abuse is boiled down to the lack of communication, right?
That is one of the things I think, yeah, but no.
Do you think it's-
that is not the only thing going on here, no.
Okay, so if I, for example, I love hypotheticals, like my whole thing. Okay, if I was, let's say I was Lizzie or whatever, and the partner desists communicating with me for a day, and I decide to just like leak intimate photos of them or whatever, could you just like boil that down to I'm breaking down and they abuse
Wait, so
communicating?
wait, let me see.
Right, like you.
I want to see.
My girlfriend agree to fuck every single day, and then there's a day she doesn't want to have sex with me.
There's a day that he's asking if her boundaries have been, or his boundaries have been violated by her not wanting to have sex with him, is the hypothetical. Ugh. Frankie's moving things around. Excuse me, Frankie. Ooh.
Is that has my consent been violated?
I'd have to know the context.
Okay. I feel like you kind of know the the general answer that's going to be applicable in most cases, right? Obviously you have the right to
in
not be
most
feeling it for a
cases.
day and take a day to yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you should probably talk to the partner about that.
You should,
Talk to them
the
what?
partner.
Like you have to explain to them? You can just say no. Yeah, isn't that crazier, Vanessa? Oh wait, so did you think that she said the other thing? And you, but no, that would have made more sense. But now you're back to it. This doesn't really make sense.
Like, I'm not feeling it today. I don't want to.
So is all cases of ineffective communication consent violations tantamount to abuse?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I can't think of every possible situation.
What?
Got it. Well, it sounds like here the abuse is boiled down to the lack of communication, right?
Who knows what it is?
That is one of the things I think, yeah, but no.
Do you think it's
that is not the only
Queen is the one who made up the abuse allegations. She's the one that told Lissad she was abused.
Anything going on here? No.
Okay.
Hey,
so
baby.
if I, for example, I love hypotheticals, like my whole thing. Okay. If I was, let's say I was Lizzie or whatever, and the partner desists communicating with me for a day, and I decide to just like leak intimate photos of them.
That's
or whatever,
exactly
could you
what
just, like, boil that
happened.
down to I'm breaking down, and they abused me.
Wait, let me go back.
I'm breaking down. Oh, who is on?
Whatever, and the partner, like my whole thing. Okay. If I was, let's say I was Lizzie or whatever, and the partner desists communicating with me for a day, and I decide to just like leak intimate photos of them or whatever, could you just like boil that down to I'm breaking down, and they abused me?
I'm breaking down. Oh, who is I? Like what?
In the hypothetical, it would be me or whoever you would want to insert, right?
Who is being okay? I don't understand who. Okay,
Oh yeah, like I'm sure Lissad was like contorting herself in like an abused pretzel. And you know, Drew Queen in.
who is I though? Like, who are you?
Because Queen was like, I had to convince her that she was abused. Yeah, okay.
In a relationship with then? What are we talking about?
If let's say the factors
Oh
that
my
existed
God.
here exist there, right? And this person desists communication. Let's just say that Dickers is a woman, okay, and I'm Liz, and I'm a guy or some fucking shit, right? It doesn't have to be me. It's just hypothetical, right?
Yeah, the gender doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. But let's just say in that, well, it sort of does.
It
because
does
I feel
matter.
like people have more of an inclination to take away agency from women in these dynamics. Now, obviously,
I don't.
Now,
and
obviously, I understand that's because women are by far disproportionate victims of sexual violence. So I understand why there's like hyperperceptiveness whenever it's a dynamic between a man and a woman, right? And maybe but in this instance, I don't see any factors that existed that would make the adult not be able to decide to revoke consent if they wish to do so.
Okay.
So I don't think that it would be abuse here.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else?
That's
How
it.
many times have you practiced BDSM?
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I can't. It's just it's terrible.
Whenever it's a dynamic between a man and a woman, right? And maybe but in this instance, I don't see any factors that existed that would make the adult not be able to decide to revoke consent if they wish to do so.
Okay.
So I don't think that it would be abuse here.
Okay.
Just okay. Just
that would make the adult not be able to decide to revoke consent if they wish to do so.
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think that it would be abuse here.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else?
How many times have you practiced BDSM?
Do you need to actually practice BDSM to be able to comment on it?
Lisa, what do you think about the
Usually need to
situation?
know something about it.
Yeah,
like
I know about BDSM. I haven't done it myself.
okay,
I know
cool.
about BDSM.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Imagine asking
So
this question, especially after embarrassing yourself like this. Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
I'm not sure. Did you know that Lissy is leaking intimate images of him that he sent to her in confidence, and she's sharing that around? Like shirtless pictures and stuff. Just like, to torment him. Yeah, she's Lissy is like one of the most malicious people that I've dealt with. She doctored DMs. She you know, amongst like her, you know, her super long winding contradictory story, wait, let me I lost the thread. Hold on. What was I was just about to say something. Oh, she accused him of threatening to dox her. She said that she had receipts and leak her nudes. And then when I finally when I was demanding the receipt, I mean, a whole bunch of other stuff happened, but this, like, it came down to this. I'm like, you made this hard claim. You said that you have the receipt. Show me the receipt. And then she sent it to me, but it was doctored. It was doctored. And so I was like, send me the scroll right now. And then I went through it, and it was so fucking evil. It was like she was like deleting her own messages in real time so that she could like piece together a false screenshot. It was crazy. I do think Queen believes her. No, she doesn't. She doesn't believe anything. She's just like, she invented this. Dickers abused her, but doesn't have any, she can't defend it. She can't do anything. But now, you know, she's drawn the eye to give fuel to this for DGG, and that's great. It was just completely, whatever it is, it was after I already proved that Lissad lied thoroughly and could not be trusted, and Queen acknowledged that and said that, you know, she needed to take her lumps and stuff, but then totally twisted this all around. I don't know what, but it's Lissy is harassing, like, this is beyond the pale. This is not acceptable behavior, and no one should be supporting Lissad in her harassment campaign. Yes, she's changed her story many times. When did their dynamic end? I don't remember. I don't remember. But I think the end of July. Well, whatever happened, Queen fucked it up for everyone.
Really a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think given given the factors,
And don't forget, she says that later on she says that and not Dickers, like she said in the Google Doc, she said I gave Lissad psychosis. I did. Yes. You started contacting you. Oh yeah, she contacted me to gossip. She wanted to gossip about Dickers, but I was like, that was the first time she contacted me. I think it was like maybe like July 3rd or something like that. I can't remember exactly. And it was like, that was the only time that I talked to her before she contacted me about this. But she was just trying to like gossip and talk about Dickers' star sign, and I'm like, and she was like, a lot of people don't like Dickers. I'm like, yeah, a lot of people don't like everybody, including me, you know? So I was already like sus of her, but I did not imagine that she would be like as malicious of a liar I thought that like Dicker was definitely like lying and cheating and running and stuff, but yeah, you don't expect someone to be that much of a liar. When Mrouse spoke to Lissy on Nas's stream during Nas's interview, she explicitly asked if there was any wrongdoing, and Lissy said no. Exactly. So, that's why I think, you know, it should be... I think it shouldn't be expected for Dickers to, like, address her anymore. I think it's crossed a line where it's like she's just... It's like stalking and harassment. And, you know, it's disproportionate. But seriously, it's like things like this. It's like, okay, you are just a super unserious person. When her innocence started breaking down in chat in real time, she shifted to doxing allegations. Now, thanks to Queen, she can use this abuse allegation to keep this going forever. Exactly.
Play that I saw, which was not just the one. Okay,
I know about BDSM.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I'm tired. This was really a bad idea.
Yep.
Yeah, I think given given the factors at play
Maybe
that I
Queen
saw.
was misled by her. Well, in chat, she's like saying that she didn't care if what Lissy was saying about Dickers was true. She didn't care. And that's malicious. Her, I warned her, Gray warned her, you know, and then she comes to me and says, I'm holding plutonium and you're in my way. Like, what? I think you owe us an explanation. Honestly, you don't have any remorse for making people go crazy. I don't know. It makes me feel crazy. When she confronted me on Sunday's server, I don't think she was yet arguing that, or at least she didn't argue it to me unless I missed it somehow. I think she just made it up here in like his chat.
Which was not just the one thing that you that you are divorcing from, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think given given the factors at play that I saw, which was not just the one thing that you that you are divorcing from everything else, given the context of everything, yeah, I do think it was.
Yeah, then I guess we just fundamentally disagree. Now, before you go, can I get your opinion on a totally unrelated matter? So there's this guy in England. He's a streamer, and he has this cuck fetish where he likes to basically he has this girlfriend by the name of Hellbent, and he likes to fly out young upcoming streamers to England, and basically create circumstances for them to fuck this woman in front of him, where he gets to watch in the corner. Now, this individual, an individual by the name of Queeman, that's what they're calling him. That's his sort of name on the streets. I was just like curious, like, do you think like that's abusive to the do you think that's abusive to the young men he's taking advantage of to entertain his cuck fetish? And then he attacks them. He attacks them and smears their good name if they refuse to fuck this woman.
How are they being taken advantage of?
Because it wasn't adequately communicated.
He flies them out to have sex with their wife, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, girlfriend. Side
okay,
bitch.
so how are they being taken advantage of?
Well, you know, the dynamic isn't communicated in advance.
People keep saying it, and I never, like, believe it. But you know what? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. 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 Maybe that's why she's leaking little videos of him.
Get there, and he's very physically imposing. So when he's there, their like ability to retract the consent when they realize what he wants to do is have them fuck his like significant other. They're like actually very physically intimidated by this person. Apparently, he's very well built, very tall individual, big muscles.
Does he have big muscles?
Yeah, that's what that's what they're saying. Okay, I'm done.
No, people will make jokes about Hellbent and Queeman. I don't know if there's any truth to it. It could all be memes. I have no idea. But Godspeed to them all in their endeavors. Can she turn an apple in her mind is the question. I just don't know about anything with anyone. But, yeah, Discord. Don't date on Discord. You know? If you don't have their number, you don't have their, like, IRL phone number, I don't think you're dating. That London trip is cursed. Yes. Yes. It's just, I don't know. I just really don't like the, I don't know. I feel like if you are hanging out for content, that's one thing. But if you're just like hanging out to hang out and then, you know, you just drip feed footage over the months, I don't know. I don't like that.
I'm ready to be a yee-ho tonight.
Keck. That was the same trip as Soul and Aiden. Yes. So it's just like forever. Forever and ever. Did Aiden go once or twice?
Okay.
Thank you for calling in. Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Troubling stuff happening, people. Troubling stuff.
Yes. Troubling indeed.
Anyways.
All right.
Anyway, just hypothetical. Just hypothetical.
Here's what's gonna happen. Okay,
So,
we're gonna skip.
As I was saying,
we're gonna skip to Lissad.
Give her a second.
We will skip to Lissad. And after that, FMJ goes on stream because he's displeased. With how Lissy was handled. There's always someone that, like, falls for the abused little girl act. Yeah, all BDSM is abuse and all sex is rape. Exactly. But, okay, let's see what Lissad has to say for herself. I watched it, but you know what? Fuck it. I will play, and if, by the time I'm done, whenever we get to $69 minus YouTube's 30% for any super chats, then we will watch this only tonight or literally never.
As if a dominant would seek the most
What Queen had to say in this about me. If not today, then never again. And also, we'll watch Supernatural. Okay, let's see. Brace yourselves. Get your kunjamas on.
I'll give her a second.
Cool, cool.
It's okay. We got time. All I got nowadays is time. Oh, wait. Hello?
Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Hello.
Oh God, the
Hi.
the
Um,
the echo.
specific doings here. What would
Okay.
you? So, what exactly? I guess specifically.
She shouts me and Duckbringer out. I think mainly because we were banned. I told Sunday. I mean, I think it's weird to shout out Duckbringer as you know, a DGGer, but she said it was to like trigger me, which is super weird. I don't know why she thinks that's an own, but I will say that at this point, like now that we're all aware, the extent that it's gone, Lissy is like Lissy leaking intimate photos shared in confidence with her, and just trying to continuously sexually humiliate him. No, not you, Lisa. Duckbringer. Yes, Duckbringer is a DGGer now. What was it that I'm saying? But everyone that is banned is banned for a reason, and was given so months and months and months of grace. But like I no more. I don't have the patience for it anymore. If you can't like handle yourself, or if you try to lie to me, manipulate me. But you're allowed in chat still, Lisa. You just keep shitposting Discord. And, you know, too much. And it's like, it creates extra work for the mods that they don't get paid to do. And this is, you know, it's a adult space. And it's been very stressful. So it's been very stress freeing to you know, stop trying to cater to people who are inconsiderate of my space and the mods' time, you know? Yeah, and it's been great. But, you know, there are reasons. There are absolutely reasons, and I stand by them. If I recall correctly, Lisa was poking at another Discord member that kept asking her to leave them alone. Can't remember who it was. I can't remember either. But in any case, you know what I mean. I gave people a lot of room, but it comes down to like, oh, you refuse to accept my actual these are what are actual boundaries. Like you don't care about, like, you don't respect me and my space, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not trying to shame you or anything, Lisa. Oh, Lynx is I don't even remember what happened. But I understand. I won't let you back in, but I accept your apology, Lisa. It's not pleasant when you gas people up in chat that don't like me, but that's your choice. Some people get real worked up. I don't remember what the Lynx stuff was, but I don't know, other people keep track. Many things have happened over time. So I've had to take a step back from letting people make appeals to me, I guess. I don't know. IDK.
Do you feel like about like what he did, like his like wrongdoings here? What would your assessment be?
I mean, I'm working on a timeline myself.
Okay. Well, that would be helpful. But it sounds like you do believe like obviously something wrong happened here. And I guess I was just like a little bit confused on like what specifically the accusation was.
Oh, Link said homeless people are more oppressed than the trans. I vaguely remember that. I remember that being a thing. I vaguely recall something ridiculous like that. Lynx wanted to ban nearly every Sunday chatter for issues they experience in that community, if I recall correctly. I see. Was Lynx wasn't ever was Lynx a mod? I can't even remember. There are other people too who are no longer mods and no longer around for reasons, you know? Mods aren't supposed to be like being a mod is not like a good flex. But some people try to do that, which is weird. I don't know. But that when someone is like flagrantly trying to take advantage of you, you know. Lynx was a mod who got high on the oh, were they? Lynx was a mod briefly and made it seem to me that Aiko was being unfair only for it to be that Lynx was actually demanding a hug box for themselves, essentially. People do that. Especially with me. People will like try to make not that many, but you know, too many. Sometimes people will take advantage if you try, especially since I try to be accommodating for a neurodivergent audience as some, you know, a fellow neurodivergent person. But then people like expect a certain level of treatment and it's just like, why? You know? Especially like, you know, it's fucked up. People will try to control you. Your current mod team isn't power hungry. Your mod team is a team of great people, in my opinion. That is so true. It's like anything else, you know? I feel like considering how, you know, how many wonderful people that I've found, I feel like the amount of terrible people or just shitty people, you know, it's not that big. I think this is a long time ago. I barely remember them. Oh, yeah. IGO mods are awesome, but there are plenty of mods out there in other communities playing the stale 2000 roles. Well, he's not playing any roles anymore, seems like. Which is weird because they had a big issue with Insomnia, but whatever their issue was with Insomnia and Sunday's Discord was handled, but it wasn't enough for them. Yeah. Hey, Ron. I got many DMs from them trying to convince me to ban this or that person because of a personal disagreement they have. Yes. There have been some chatters I was way too accommodating for and they still are being losers in other chats. Yes. People get like entitled. But definitely not all. not even most, you know, but it's bound to happen, and it stands out because, you know, it's unpleasant. I was there when Insomnia got removed in Sunday's Discord, you mean? But, you know, listen, there's no shame in being tricked by someone. You know? Someone tricked you, made you think they were someone that they're not, tries to control you. Reject. Might be mixing up two things, it sounds like. There are multiple things. But yeah, there's, that's on them. You know? Don't let a manipulative person put it on you.
So maybe you could elucidate that for me.
Well,
So maybe you could elucidate that for me.
Wait, elucidate.
It sounds like you do believe like obviously something wrong happened here. And I guess I was just like a little bit confused on like what specifically the accusation was. So maybe you could elucidate that for me.
well, like I said, I'm still working out a timeline. There's like a mountain of DMs to go.
No, that's
through.
I'm still working out a timeline. There's a mountain of DMs to get through. No, there's not. There's not. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there to help you. She can't even say, like, because of Aiden having completely dressed down Queen and dismantled the stuff that she was saying. Now Lissy doesn't know what the fuck to do. And so she's like, I gotta go back to the drawing board.
I'm not even asking you to. I'm not asking you to give me proof of anything. I'm just asking you, like off of what like you've experienced. What is it exactly that you think like Dickers did here, like in terms of wrongdoing?
I think that he abused the fact that he's a YouTuber and I'm a nobody.
Okay. How so?
I mean, do you often go into conversations with people and ask them for a lot of personal information right away?
Not necessarily.
Once again, yes. It could have gone very wrong. He could have ended up hurting a person who would go on to just harm themselves and not him. But that still wouldn't be okay, you know? He picked the box with the bomb in it. That doesn't mean she gets to just you know, go on this permanent leaking, humiliation, sharing things non-consensually campaign forever.
It's gonna depend on the conversation, right? If
I don't think that she's had a psychotic break. Like, she's definitely, I think she's literally just like this.
Engaging with somebody.
It's like very manipulative. It's very calculated. It's not smart, to be clear. But you know, like the way that, like in the same way that like Trump is good at being manipulative and appealing to a certain kind of thing, getting a certain kind of reaction from a certain kind of person, you know, that's Lissad.
Matter that's like sexually explicit, I would probably need to know like their actual identity and stuff before I engaged in that manner.
I like that conversation that happened the same day, and it went on for like, I think we were talking from like 3 something to like 11 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
About what?
And you feel like in that time span, how did he sort of transition to when that went from him asking about personal stuff to you sexting? How do you feel like that transition went?
It was fast.
It was fast. Okay. And did you want it to slow down?
I'm not really sure.
Got it. So I guess
Yes, we are very lucky to have the chatters we have here. Absolutely. This is when I enter the chat, I think.
I'd ask, what were you sure of at the time of leaking this?
And here I go on to unfairly at some point accuse Tyrone of making up the Lissy leaking Dicker's photos because I thought that was too much. I thought that was a joke. I thought he was just trying to mess with the person. Hey, that guy. I thought that he was just like, joking around, but no.
That he definitely was fucking weird about a lot of the things he said in those DMs.
Sure. We could work with that. How so?
Like he would say things that seemed like emotional, but then he would flip immediately and be like, no. Like that's not what we're here for.
That's the sort of thing Tyrone would joke about. Yeah, that's what I mean, it's just really makes you realize that you can't count on anything. You cannot assume anything about anything. Truly. Going based off of what typically happens. Nope, that's not always the case. Yeah.
He didn't mention a primary partner until way after we started. The only reference to having an open relationship was him saying, like, same. Which
No.
we both could have been adults.
That wasn't saying same. No, that's also not true. As there's also plenty of DMs as well that Gray noted where she was saying that she did know about him having an open relationship, but she didn't believe him. I don't know. She says a bunch of different things.
In that situation and said, like, we should really talk about this, but, like, he's implying that he was upfront when, like, one word is not upfront to me.
Well, so did you know that he had a girlfriend?
Honestly, I'm a little ambivalent on it. Like, I had asked him other questions relating to things he had said on stream.
So, okay.
And he said, oh, those were jokes.
Okay, so you
I don't
know
believe
if
that.
you knew that he had a girlfriend.
I don't believe that she ever asked him about something he said about his girlfriend and that it turned out to be a joke.
Did he? Okay. See, like, the thing is, before I actually...
He doesn't say it on stream that often either.
I mean, he says it, like, enough where it is, like, if you're watching the guy, you probably watch him more than I do. Maybe
yes,
you could...
she explicitly states awareness of a primary partner / girlfriend multiple times. Yes.
You could have conceivably never heard it, right? That could be possible. But he is, like, relatively open about the fact that he's, like, with another woman.
In a way to kind of, like, prove my point on that, I literally...
Yeah, she also explicitly states how she would run over to streams like an obsessed fangirl. The stream she also claimed she did not see. Yes. Like, people should just be able to look at her and be like, this is nonsense. And that's it.
Went through transcripts of his videos to see when... Because I only started watching in, like, June. I became a member in June.
June?
Mm-hmm.
You only started watching what? The stream? then how the fuck are you like, oh, I've had feelings for you for a long time? That's just, I hate people who will just say anything. I hate it so much.
So from June to when I stopped watching, I saw in the transcripts 3 or 4 mentions, and 2 of them were jokes.
Did you use for the transcript? Did you actually like just manually search the transcripts, or did you use Filmot?
No, I didn't use Filmot. I searched and I looked for the context of him saying girlfriend.
Since June, and so okay, and the dynamic between
And I
you two-
swear, I saw somewhere where she said that she wouldn't have even cared. You know? Like I think in like towards the end in the DM scroll with Dickers, but I can't be precisely sure where it was. But like, I do not believe she fucking cares about cheating. No shot. No shot.
You ended in late July. Okay, I feel like 3 times, and he never, at any point in DMs, we're not going to see any DMs come out of him saying to you in DMs that he has a girlfriend in between that period?
Not until after.
Like at the very end?
The cheating, yeah.
Got it. And that would have, you knowing he would, okay, so your knowledge of whether or not he has a girlfriend.
Yeah, she didn't care about
would have
any
done
of it.
what for you? You wouldn't have proceeded anyways, if you knew he had
And
a
also,
girlfriend?
I don't believe that she ever thought that he would do that.
Well, girlfriend and open relationship. Like, he would use primary partner, but other people would say girlfriend. And in my head, like, if you're talking about...
Well, here's the thing, though. Either way, it's like, you think that the whole thing was she says sometimes she thought that the girlfriend was a joke or fake or whatever. But if you hear primary partner, you know, the only reason primary partner would matter is if he's lying about being poly. If someone is your girlfriend, but you call them primary partner and you're not in an open relationship, that's the part that matters. If you're in an open relationship and you call your girlfriend your primary partner, it changes literally nothing. Nothing. So it's like, I think it's reasonable to be pissed if someone's cheating, but it seems like that's not how it turned out. That's not how it seems to have turned out. Yes, primary partner is a partner.
About an open relationship, that's not the same thing. Like, it seemed like other people thought.
When did he, okay.
Other people
yeah, that
thought
makes
what?
sense. When did he say the primary partner thing?
It's
a little weird.
Like, after the sexting, I had said I was like...
It's like people like this who will just say anything. They don't understand why the thing that they say works. They're just going based off of vibes and instinct. So they'll say something, like they'll offer it up as if this is a response to the question or as if this does anything. But no.
The first time, or
Yeah.
was it after the first time?
I can check my timeline, but yeah, he literally said it after.
After you sexted for the first time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it was after the video, too.
Well, you sexted for the first time in June, right?
Queen in the, Dios in the chat of this stream, of Aiden's stream, her character isn't relevant. also says, Lissy being shady and a liar does not make this all good.
No, it would have been July? I could check.
When you texted for the first time? Okay.
July. Either 18th or 19th.
July 18th or 19th. Okay. So, and it was after that on the, you'd estimate maybe the 19th with like a little margin of error that he used the primary partner line, right?
It would have been, let me see. I'm a little unprepared, sorry.
No worries.
One moment. July 26th.
Okay. July 26th. Got it. Is the first time he used the word primary partner with you?
In the DMs, yep.
In the DMs. So, did he ever tell you in VC or anything? Okay. So there was no specific indication to you that he was with somebody else until the 26th.
Indication, yeah, based on same, but like I said, we never sat down and like hashed it out, which I think is important if you're gonna do that.
Of course. But are you saying there was like some indication prior to the 26th?
Just the word same.
Just the word, sorry, the word what?
The word same, that's what he said.
Same in response to
talking about like open relationships, but that doesn't tell you.
Wait, no, but like the specific
nitty-gritties of it.
I'm sorry, I'm just like a little bit confused. The same would have been in response to what like specific thing you guys are talking about, open relationships, that would be an indication, because to me what you said doesn't seem to indicate he has a girlfriend, but I'm curious what led you to believe that indicates he has a girlfriend based on the context.
So we were talking about a YouTuber that had a controversy and cheating somehow came up. He said, I don't know why you wouldn't just adopt a more flexible relationship model.
Wait, what? What is he saying?
Dogs. But I'm curious what led you to believe that indicates he has a girlfriend based on the context. Open relationships, that would be an indication.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just like a little bit confused. The same would have been in response to what like specific thing you guys are talking about, open relationships, that would be an indication, because to me what you said doesn't seem to indicate he has a girlfriend, but I'm curious what led you to believe that indicates he has a girlfriend based on the context.
So we were talking about a YouTuber that had a controversy and cheating.
Also, I'll mention when I notice, when I glance over and Queen is written in the chat, she added, someone said, I assume nothing about her. She assumes a lot. And then she said, this is all red flags and only a fool would introduce BDSM dynamics here. Yes, that is true. They also, I would think that you're just a different kind of fool.
Somehow came up. He said, I don't know why you wouldn't just adopt a more flexible relationship model. I said, that's what I did. And he said, same. And that was the only conversation we had about it.
Oh, I think that's pretty, that's pretty clear that Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
What indication? Because to me, just like a little bit confused. The same would have been in response to what like specific thing you guys are talking about, open relationships, that would be an indication. Because to me, what you said doesn't seem to indicate he has a girlfriend. But I'm curious, what led you to believe that indicates he has a girlfriend based on the context?
So we were talking about a YouTuber that had a controversy and cheating somehow came up. He said, I don't know why you wouldn't just adopt a more flexible relationship model. I said, that's what I did. And he said, same. And that was the only conversation we had had about it.
Okay, so that could maybe indicate he had a past partner. I guess that wouldn't necessarily indicate a present partner. So other than that, there was no indicator to you that he was still with another woman?
Mostly just like oblique references, like he would say like we and us, like talking about his living situation.
Oh.
So you
okay,
did,
so
so
that
he
might be it.
did.
He wouldn't say like, and I didn't want to ask.
But did you when he
That
was saying
absolutely-
we and us after he had said
Because
like
she said, she used to say that she thought that the girlfriend was a joke. This is all just fucking bullshit, dude.
same in response?
It's just annoying because if you only look at it at face value without any details whatsoever, you know, it's like you have to, I don't know. It's just liars like these are very annoying.
Like in reference to what could either be a present or past relationship. To you, was there suspicion that he could be presently with somebody?
I mean, maybe, but we and us, like that was such a broad term that like, and he also had someone living with him temporarily. So like I said, we, us, he talked about roommates previously. He had talked about, like there was no solid mention in the DMs about having mention about that we, us, he talked about roommates previously.
Oh, that's when she said it. Look at this. Look at this. There it is. I was claiming she got psychosis
With
from
somebody?
Aiko.
Demented.
Demented. I claim she was made manic by this. By what? And then she says, also just opinions.
Maybe.
What do you
but
mean,
we and us,
opinions?
Like, that was such a broad term.
You made
like,
that demented manifesto.
And he also had someone living with him temporarily. So, like I said, we, us, he talked about roommates previously. He had talked about, like, there was no solid mention in the DMs about having a partner or girlfriend, anything until way after.
Sure, solid. But maybe if he was, do you think from his perspective, he could believe since he was open about the fact that he had a girlfriend, he was making statements such as we, us, referencing a relationship?
By the way, there are 10 people who have not liked this stream on YouTube. Absolutely shameful. If you are not Team Lissad, if you would like to take a stand against Lissad, a like for the stream is a hit against Lissad. Fight the good fight. Please like the stream. And if you're on Twitch or Kick and you just don't mind liking the YouTube stream, that would be cool. If Gray says, Aiko gives me high blood pressure when she goes rogue, but I'm yet to sustain psychosis. I'll keep you updated, chat. I'll do my best. Yeah.
Seeing from his perspective, he might believe that you would have just known he had a girlfriend.
I mean, he expected me to know that they had been dating for like 18 months and he had talked about it on stream, and I think he genuinely expected me to know like everything about him.
Wait, when was the 18 months comment? When was that?
That was in one of the later DMs after, when he was talking about like, oh, you know, I've been open about this, you should know my lore. That was kind of like that's what he said. You should know what my lore. Everyone knows.
I
what
just
my
don't
lore
even
is.
believe
like,
her.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
Okay, so just so we're being real here, okay? Because I am gonna of course like verify some of these things myself. You didn't think he had a
True.
girlfriend
Lissad is a no lore having bitch.
up until he told you on the 26th. Okay, okay. So just so we're being real here, okay? Because I am gonna of course like verify some of these things myself. You didn't think he had a girlfriend up until he told you on the 26th?
No. Not really. Like I
Not
said, it would have
really?
been better if we had.
What did you
had
think?
A conversation at the beginning.
Of course it would be.
If you said there's nothing wrong with what he did if he's not cheating. If he didn't lie about being open, then the only thing he did wrong was engage with an obsessed fan. You know, I don't want to say the only thing, but you know, of the situation in regards to primary partner doesn't matter.
I agree with you, but you didn't even suspect it.
I mean, maybe, but like I said,
well, you either suspected or you didn't.
No.
No.
Okay, you didn't suspect that he had a girlfriend.
See, she can't think on her feet, which is good. I mean, keep going. I mean, like, yeah. If she keeps yapping and she goes on a stream, it's pretty clear. By this time, she had explicitly stated in DMs that she knew he had a girlfriend and thought he was lying about it. He knew he had said he had a girlfriend. Do you have that? Do you know where that one is offhand? If so, I'll pull it on the screen. I have to pee again. I'm listening.
Got it. So I think here that failure to communicate, what that would indicate to me is he could have potentially been having an affair. He could have been cheating on his girlfriend, right?
Well, that's when you said he had a girlfriend. That's kind of what I thought. I was like, or when talk of a girlfriend had come up with, you know.
Well, when I told you, when I said the girlfriend part, you didn't like act surprised when I said that. I'm pretty sure your specific response was, and this would have been on what day?
Yeah, no, I know what I said. No, a lot of people will lie about being in open relationships to cheat on their girlfriends.
Got it. But when I told you this, was this the first time you had ever heard that he has a girlfriend?
Solidly, someone who knew him saying he had a girlfriend, yes.
So not solidly someone, like, this is the first time you've been told he has a girlfriend by anyone?
Yeah.
Period. Nobody before had told you he had a girlfriend?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Got it. Wait, hold on. Because you're, okay, so what you say to me when I ask you at 2:17 a.m., I think it was on, I forget the exact day, I'd said, why is he...
August 2nd.
Or yeah, August 2nd. I asked, why is he still with his girlfriend? And you said, I honestly didn't think she was real. So that sounds a little bit different than I didn't know about her. That sounds like you heard about it, but you didn't think that she was real.
That goes back into like the whole thing where I had asked him something about something he said on stream, and he said it was a joke. So I just assumed that like a lot of the stuff, the lore.
And when did you... Okay,
what little I knew.
So you did hear him say as a girlfriend on stream. You just didn't believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought before you were indicating that you hadn't previously heard him say it on stream.
The way she's like, and she takes so long to answer, you're not good enough. Like, I feel like she gets away with stuff by, like, fawning a lot and not really giving any straight answers. So when she's actually pressed, it's like she's fucked. She's not very quick.
Okay,
what little I knew.
So you did hear him say as a girlfriend on stream. You just didn't believe it? Because I thought before you were indicating that you hadn't previously heard him say it on stream.
No, he said it 4 times.
Previously, you just didn't believe it? Okay,
what little I knew.
So you did hear him say...
Sorry you got caught up with that.
As a girlfriend on stream. You just didn't believe it?
It doesn't absolve her. It does make Dickers an abuser.
Because I thought before you were indicating that you hadn't
Why
previously
would you
heard...
pretend to be a dominant? I don't know about all this. Why would you pretend to be a dominant? I don't know. Maybe he just thinks that you don't need to know. You just need to say it. I have no idea what he thinks. I have no idea. I don't know.
Say it on stream.
No, he said it 4 times.
Okay,
a few times, and I thought it was a joke.
Okay, so you heard 4 different times that he had a
4?
girlfriend. He was saying we and us in reference to somebody else he lived with. He was alluding to having been in a relationship, and you never put 2 and 2 together?
No.
Interesting.
Also, Dios was offering Passashock our DMs. Like, you should see the DMs I got from Aiko, and it's like, they do not make you look good. I'm holding plutonium and you're my way. I don't know. I honestly think that these people don't know what looks like what. You know? Because Passashock ats her and says, wretched behavior, queen disappointing.
Interesting.
Passashock says, okay,
so
got me.
After that...
Or Dio said, okay, got me.
After that, I guess. Besides, because here, my worst interpretation would be he was cheating.
And she says, deflect more.
With his girlfriend, right?
These are the most optically challenged people I think I've ever seen. It's terrifying, actually. It's really terrifying. That you could just be so unaware.
Potentially. Obviously, he says something different. I don't know if I buy that. Cheating. He was cheating with his, I guess. Besides, because here, my worst interpretation would be he was cheating. He was cheating with his girlfriend, right? Potentially. Obviously, he says something different. I don't know if I buy that. In regards to, as it pertains to you, do you feel like he was abusive?
That's kind of a heavy question.
That's kind of a heavy question. Yeah, it is. Remember, we never... That was a thing where you said that never happened, right?
I think that using BDSM lingo, I do think that he was abusive.
Like, I'm sorry.
Using BDSM lingo. And by that, whatever she means, whatever Queen was talking about.
Using I'm sorry, I'm just like a little confused. Using BDSM like abusive in the context of like the BDSM dynamic, like he was like hurting you as a dom, like in a way that's part of BDSM.
We actually went over it. There's a video that goes over it. I
The abuse, the well-known BDSM term.
talked to this person. It's Dio in chat.
Yeah. We know he was watching
because he was LARPing as a dom.
Because she has to laugh. She has to do a little laugh when she says it because she knows it sounds ridiculous. Because he was LARPing as a dom, all right.
I was like trusting in a lot of the things he had said.
I was trusting in a lot of the things he had said. Like what? Yeah, she's just admitting she's being fed arguments. Exactly. Hey, free spirit. What is BDSM lingo? Whatever you want it to mean, if you'll just let her get away with it.
You were trusting in a lot of things he said. Why? What? Like, I'm sorry. Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit?
Giving directions, having a dynamic, roles, scenes, play, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So what like about that made you feel like you were misled in that context?
Because this happened because he wanted to take a week break and he didn't agree to message her every day to let her know if he was streaming or not. Okay, let's see. Open relationship. Here you go. She said this to me on August 7th. I liked being freaks, consensually and knowledgeably. And this, on the 6th, she says, it's crazy that he said he had a girlfriend and it was true. What is long term for him, I wonder? Wrong one? But I imagine, yeah, all of it's still relevant.
Well, he definitely really wanted to act like a dom.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's obviously what the guy gets off to. He's obviously not doing it for fun. He's doing it to get his fucking rocks off. So
well, so we never had a discussion about like limits.
What kind of
he
limits?
Called them boundaries. It was like expected that like I would basically do what he asked.
Miss one.
But if he was uncomfortable doing something, I would respect that. Like, there's a whole DM set where I.
Oh, here you go. She said on the 6th, to me, it was an open relationship where he was allowed to DM me sexually. So if he's been telling others that he's in a long-term committed relationship, I can understand that it would be a little weird. So this was supposed to be, at most, was he cheating? She's saying here that she believed it was an open relationship. And that you see how this is? It's like that. See, it's crazy that he said he had a girlfriend and it was true. So she said to me it was an open relationship where he was allowed to DM me sexually. Was at 3:36 and then at 11:46 p.m. Then she says it's crazy that he said he had a girlfriend and it was true.
Am very clearly uncomfortable with sending a video because I don't want to do that. I was fine with pictures. So he would say, ask for something, and I would be like, can I just send a picture instead? But then I asked him to send a picture. He says he's uncomfortable, and I said, okay.
I wonder fucking why.
Okay, so you felt like your needs were unreciprocated, like he wasn't pleasuring you in the same way you were doing for him?
No, I think that it was very like he had more power in the scenario because I liked him. I didn't want to scare him off. That he, he was able to say more in the scenario because I liked him. I didn't want to scare him off.
Exactly. I liked him. I didn't want to scare him off. She's just doing what she's trying to squeeze her way in, okay? She got him hooked for the only sex part, and she's trying to inch her way into a relationship of some sort. You know? You only respond to me right away when I send you something sexual. Yeah, that's what that is. And he should have never engaged with that because it was extremely clear that she wanted more. Extremely fucking clear. But that doesn't make this, okay.
No, I think that it was very like he had more power in the scenario because I liked him. I didn't want to scare him off. That he, he was able to say, I don't want to do that. I'm uncomfortable, and I felt like I wasn't able to.
Sure, okay. I'm glad you said that because that could be concerning for me. What led to you believing like you couldn't express that?
We didn't have a safe word. We never discussed any kind of limits. We never went over what we were comfortable doing.
Do you know why? Just out of curiosity, do you know what the purpose of a safe word is? Like instead of like, because typically no, in a context of regular sex.
Yes, it's almost like it was explicitly and exclusively a sexual relationship. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Would work, right? The reason what does BDSM specifically have a safe word?
It has a safe word because in a lot of play, especially with certain subtypes, the word no could be like part of the play.
Yeah, like CNC or whatever.
Yeah, this is exactly what, remember earlier, Queen he already defeated her on this. Let's see where this goes now. Yup.
The word no.
Yeah, it's literally word for word from Queen. Because what does she know about different subtypes? Does she know about BDSM or does she not?
Be like part of the play.
Yeah, like CNC or whatever, right? So no wouldn't serve any conversational utility when two people are like engaging in a BDSM dynamic in real life, right? In this capacity, if you were to say, I'm like legitimately, I don't want to do this anymore. This isn't like I'm done here or whatever, right? What prevented you from saying that?
True. Because you liked
really
him.
Talk about that, but also like the things he was asking for, like I
just out of curiosity, do you know what the purpose of a safe word is? Like instead of like, because typically they serve any kind, like, I'm done here or whatever.
Really talk about that, but also
That's disgusting,
like
Philip.
the things he were asking for, like the things he was asking for, like
wasn't a big part of Queen's argument that Lissy had no idea about BDSM stuff. I'm not sure because I didn't listen to her rambling. I don't remember if it was just like maybe, but also it could be that she's just saying that everything is on the dom no matter what. I don't know. Could be either way.
I think he said
we'll see if we look at the stream, I imagine, and see what she had to say.
Something along the lines of, I want to see how far I can push you.
Got it.
He said, he said, that isn't that when he was like, it's fine, like, when he was, like, backing down, he's like, I'm just trying to figure you out, you know, where you, like, immediately, like, backed off. That's what that sounded like. Like, it was on the screen at some point earlier. I thought part of the claim was Lissy was being manipulated because she had no experience with that kind of relationship. I don't remember. Does anyone remember her saying that, like, Lissy didn't have any experience? Because I didn't think that was the case. Big part of Queen's argument was that because they had an established dom-sub relationship, it was on Dickers, the dom, to be mindful of all of Lissy's whims, wants, and boundaries and limits. Yes. Yeah, he read like he was trying to figure her limits. Because, like, her saying that, like, she was shy, he was, like, trying to feel out, like, does she want me to push or does she not want, but, like, obviously they should have communicated better. But again, ideally, the best communication between them would have been not at all. Or maybe she said that to me on Discord. That's also possible. But so far I haven't seen. I don't know if she did on the stream, but yeah.
And to you,
I was almost rewarded for doing things I didn't.
If she had just communicated, he wouldn't have had to test boundaries. Both should have communicated more clearly. Yes. But it was never gonna, like, he could have behaved perfectly and it wouldn't matter because the point of this is not because of the bad dom LARP or whatever. It's because he wanted to take he wanted to pause for a week. As he thought that she was getting too, like, emotionally attached. But she couldn't even handle that. Queen said to Aiden that Lissy didn't have any experience, but she also said Lissy and Dickers had as much experience as each other, which is none. But because he was the dom, it was his responsibility. Okay.
Want to do
things you legitimately didn't want to do. So
like, at least was uncomfortable with the idea of.
Yeah.
Like, he seemed to just, like, back down, like, right away. Like, he followed it up immediately with, like, but if you really don't want to, that's fine. Like, he added, you know, again, shouldn't be happening at all. But he wasn't, like, pressing. And if he was, don't you worry, you'd know. You know what I mean? If Dickers was actually pressing her first up, like, and I saw it, you know, unless there's some things that, like, I haven't seen that she didn't share. The only things that I've seen gave her space to say no. So But yeah, this is she just wants to get attention from him.
And what was like the core fear in like blocking him?
I mean, he was basically like the only person I really talked to on Discord. We had at least something of a friendship.
He's the only person you talk to on Discord? I'm gonna doubt that. Hey again, Big Jerry. I'm gonna extremely doubt that he's the only one that you talk to. He's the only one you care about talking to during the day. It's like in high school. You have a crush on someone, and like every day you pass them, or you have a class with them, or something. And so you're like really excited. Maybe you think about it all day. Maybe you look forward to that every day. That's what that's like.
You're just capping. You're just capping. I'm sorry. Fucking capping. Fucking capping. Shit drives me crazy. I don't think ninjutsu, genjutsu, and magic exists.
Do you?
I'm not black pill. I'm not black pill, but I don't think social skills could be taught. Okay.
When she claimed her Discord was only a couple years older or whatever, and I told her the exact 8 years earlier and she cried in your DMs, yes.
At least I thought. I mean, it did feel like that friendship got funneled into, like, whatever the fuck that was.
You didn't have a friendship, you just met, you started talking sexually. What do you want? This is clearly not a friendship.
A friendship? Or was it...
Like, it feels like he knew that, based on certain interactions, he knew I was a fan.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't want him to,
How long were you a fan for?
Because
I know there like was a different answer on this.
Right, because
like,
she also said that she just started watching in June.
Apparently, like, you didn't even know he had a girlfriend. So I was just like, how long were you a fan of his?
Couple months.
Couple of months.
I'm telling, it moved fast.
A couple months.
It moved, but like so the thing is, right? I think power dynamics exist in every like. I don't think any two people are ever going to be identically power matched. Right, natural power dynamics exists in every like sexual context, right? Somebody could have a better job than the person they're having sex with, etc. The question becomes, is the power dynamic to such an extent where the other person's consent is being coerced? And I think that would exist in cases like if we're talking about Harvey Weinstein, for example, where a lot of young actresses felt like they didn't have a chance unless they had sex with him to make it in their respective industry. There was the fear that if they didn't do that, their career would be jeopardized, right? So what about this power dynamic did you feel like would jeopardize you if you were to desist communications?
Well, he was really good at digging up some of my information, my alternate accounts. He showed that in at least one DM.
I'm sorry, what?
You if you were to What about this power dynamic did you feel like would jeopardize you if you were to desist communications?
Well, he was really good at digging up some of my information, my alternate accounts. He showed that in at least one DM. He's, hit me with a "this you" on one of my alts.
Uh-huh, and that what? Oh, so now he was threatening you? Oh, was he threatening you before you were like, I was a fan, or I really liked him and I didn't want to scare him away, and now he was like, this you?
It seemed like he was really good at like finding some more private information, but he also like had a lot of my private information.
Did he ever leak that private information without your consent?
No.
No.
At least publicly to my knowledge, no.
No.
So was there any reason to suspect he would leverage that against you if you left him, other than the fact that you gave him private information?
During the conversation where he said same, the one where he said that was him being upfront about open relationship. In response, I said like the eyeball emoji or whatever, and he said, but this stays private, right? And then he said my name, which I kind of took to mean like
your first name.
Yeah, my real name.
Were you guys on a real first name basis with one another?
I think this is where I think this is like the stuff that she doctored, right? Where she deleted her message where like she had said something, so it just looked like he was randomly menacing her. So in Aiden's chat, Dio says, what's wrong with, at Pastashock, what's wrong with messaging Aiko and telling her I'm going after Dickers? And also, have you seen Aiko's messages to me? They wild. Why are you talking like that?
I gave it to him.
That's weird.
Yeah, so outside of that, did he ever call you by your actual first name?
No.
That was the only time he ever called you by your real first name.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay. So I think
I said drop them, Dio.
I figured that out. So you were okay. So you felt as though you were not able to retract your consent or
and she added Peter saying, I'm here because my argument's valid regardless of Lissy's character.
or assert your boundaries because he could.
I'm still looking for Dio's message in chat where she goes, I have nothing to do with this. Oh yeah. True.
Retaliate against you with
it might be earlier or something. I don't know.
Private information you've given him. Do I have that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then my question is, when you were leaking this to me or like to other people, he still had your private information. So was that not like a factor anymore?
She said to Pastashock, yeah, all right, Passa, you want to see me trying to tell Aiko I wanted to go after Dickers?
I needed to like talk to people. I was pretty isolated and
I needed to talk to people. Dickers didn't talk to me for one day, and I was isolated. Dickers, who I just started talking to like a month before Max. Crazy.
Know who to talk to, and I picked a couple of actually you were fine, but some of them were like the worst choices, I think.
Like who?
Come on, do I have to say Steve?
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, right? Obviously I'd like for you to say it, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to do.
Come on, do I have to say Steve?
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, right? Obviously I'd like for you to say it, but you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But
Thank you.
So anyways, as I was saying before,
I don't know what she thinks is in the messages that are like thinks she's holding over my head. You know? Like when people threaten to expose me like that, I'm like, okay. All right.
So in this
Do you want to show yourself looking like an asshole?
context, I guess, what exactly minimized those fears for you?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure. So you felt like the reason you couldn't like retract your consent or exercise autonomy is because he could retaliate against you with potentially negative adverse consequences, that adverse consequence being the dissemination of your personal information, right? So if that factor existed and inhibited you from, not saying no or ceasing communications when you didn't want to, when you were like leaking this to people or to the public, right? Where was the why did you think now he had lost the ability to retaliate with the use of your personal information?
No, I thought he still could.
You thought he still could, but why? What changed that enabled you to be willing to assert your will despite that factor existing that wasn't there before?
I'm actually not sure.
You're not sure?
I think someone gave me someone to talk to, and I just confessed.
Okay, but then even after that confession to me, wasn't there like there's now more leaks now with this like document or whatever?
Well, she leaked to people before.
He hasn't
Aiden,
released
right?
your personal information, to my knowledge. He still has that. So I guess I'm sort of confused as to where the willingness to sort of do things that could potentially anger him, why that is here now, if the core fear that sort of reduced your autonomy and agency in the dynamic was the ability for him to retaliate with your personal information. That still exists.
I mean, it was a rough couple of weeks. I think to a point I was just like, fuck it. If I get doxxed, I get doxxed.
He never was going to dox.
But that
she never
fear
thought that was going to happen.
Allegedly made you consent to sexual exchanges that you did not want. So
well, that I was uncomfortable with, but did do.
Okay.
I don't believe she was uncomfortable.
Did you like what you had with him? Was it?
Of course, it's special attention from somebody. Like, everybody likes being called beautiful and having someone spend time with you.
Got it.
Talking.
And you feel like, do you feel like that was manipulative or?
I think based on how he would switch from
the hardest week of her life
to going and saying like, no, this isn't emotional attachment. I don't know if it was actively manipulation, but it does feel like it was manipulative. I don't know if he was doing it on purpose.
Got it. So, okay, so this has highlighted a few things for me. So, do you, in hindsight, with the knowledge that you have, do you think this was abuse?
I think so. If you're
I think so.
telling me one thing and then I give you my nudes, I give you sexual attention, and then you turn around and say, "Oh, it's not emotional."
What do you mean? He said that from the beginning, dude. Or maybe I think he might have said it after the first time, potentially. I remember him saying like that he's just in it for, he's not interested in anything other than sexual whatever. I think he asked, he was like, I don't want this to be bittersweet, but
So
from now on, we can no longer use the phrase, where were you on 9/11? Instead, we use, where were you when Lissad got ghosted? It's true. True.
Would you say, like, in an instance of, like, like, maybe they're, like, it's a Tinder hookup or something, one party's looking for more, the other one just wants to fuck, isn't feeling it, so, like, the next day, ghosts or whatever, you feel like that would be abusive?
It depends.
Or whatever. The other one just, like, maybe they're, like, it's a Tinder hookup or something, one party's looking for more, the other one just wants to fuck, isn't feeling it, so, like, the next day, ghosts or whatever, you feel like that would be abusive?
It depends. I think that if you are the things that he had been implying in some of those messages were a little bit more than just saying like, let's date. It was not quite dating. It was like
What?
oblique references, a little bit more implying.
Huh?
The things that he had been implying in
He
some
wasn't
of those
implying.
messages
He wasn't.
were a little bit.
There was a part of notable screenshots along the way that Gray pointed out in the when they were going over the DM scroll. Was Lissad said that he was doing something to like make her believe that whatever, and I was like, okay, what? I thought it was gonna be something crazy that he did to like love bomb her. She was like, he called me beautiful. I was like, okay, that's his duty. If you send a guy your nudes and he doesn't say something like that, he doesn't deserve them. Oh, let me get it? Okay. Yeah.
More than just saying like, let's date. It was not quite dating. It was like oblique references to coming to the US.
No.
And I said like,
No, that's a fucking lie. That is so. He literally, I saw him say like, listen, I'm probably never coming to the US. Like that was one of the things that he said. Like when he wanted to, you know, he was the one that laid out some, you know, not enough, but some terms, like letting her know that he's not interested in anything beyond sexual stuff.
Say it was a joke or like that he didn't mean it, because in a later DM he says, I'm never coming to the US. But to me, if you read that message, it says
what he
like, too bad VidCon just passed. It's like, it sounds like if there was an opportunity to meet me in person, he would do it.
Well, he also said that he will not.
Did he say when he was
He would
talking
have sex with me in person.
Did he say? I thought I'm sorry. Maybe this message came later. I thought that he communicated. He said, just so we're like clear, I'm not looking for anything more than to just fuck about online. I thought he said that.
Yeah.
He said that after.
And did you continue sexting?
Yeah, because that was something he made clear at that point, and I said, okay. Or I said, oh, or something like that. But I agreed to continue.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like the sexting was motivated by the prospect of fucking in real life, right?
No.
Okay, so I don't necessarily know why that would have changed anything.
Like I said, sometimes it sounded like he was
grasping on any little thing.
More emotionally attached. I mean, I have like
again, she is not listening to him when he says no emotional attachment. She's like, he sounded like he was out. No, he's saying no emotional attachment. He said it. He said
So
it.
you know why that would have changed anything?
like I said, sometimes it sounded like he was more emotionally attached. I mean, I have like my own pet theories for it, but
I'd love to hear them.
Well,
okay, let's see.
I do think in hindsight he was cheating on his girlfriend by sexting. And I think he either felt guilty and, you know, oh, you're too emotionally attached, started, you know, pushing away, not talking as much. Or she found out. Or maybe he was being secretive.
Here, August 7th, 1:57 p.m. This has been the hardest week of my life, and he's just walking away. Yeah, no shit. You leaked the thing that he said he asked not to leak. Yeah, yes. Uh-huh.
And weird, and she asked him about it. I don't know.
That might have been what happened potentially. I think he could have cheated, and that would his poor girlfriend there would have been wronged. She seems to love him very much.
Yeah.
And it's obviously fucked up to do to her. But I think that when we're talking about it, I think like there's cheating, right, and then there's like abuse. I think abuse is like career sort of jeopardizing. Cheating is bad as well, but it's also something that's like unfortunately all too common. And something that is really, in terms of the public interpretation, it's really left up to the victim of the sort of affair to determine.
I'm not going to put words in her mouth about whether or not that's abusive to her, but
Okay.
Okay, so then what's abusive?
I guess we're just to bring it back to like your abuse. I guess so for you, the abuse was that he was like telling you that he might go out to the US?
No. It was the BDSM parts that were largely the abuse. But he also used an emotional angle to kind of like, you know, at least from what I read in those messages, it seemed like, if that makes sense.
Sort of. I guess in more specifically in like the BD, like it sounds to me like potentially there could have possibly have been like maybe leading on to some prospects about like maybe wanting something more, but it seems like it eventually did explicitly communicate that, and that didn't really change much. So I don't necessarily know if that was like a huge factor here. But in regards to the abuse occurring in the BDSM context, I guess that part is what I'm mostly confused about here.
Well, actually, the person who could explain that best is in the comments.
Well, that person should not be able to like it is up to you here to determine if abuse happened or not. That person could make inferences, but it sounds like that individual is doing a lot of assuming. So I think it's better to ask you, right? Because you're the person that was actually involved in the exchange. So I was just curious what you felt like was abusive in the BDSM dynamic.
I mean, like I said, I'm working on it. I'm working out a timeline myself, just to kind of.
We don't need a time. I don't need the evidence right now. I'm just asking.
I don't exactly have like the language.
You don't have the language because you are just saying whatever Queen was saying, and but you have nothing. You don't have the language that will get you the result you want.
The woman who made the BDSM video, I don't have the linguistic knowledge to explain all of it, if that makes sense.
But in your mind, when you determined that this was abuse, what were you thinking of, like, specifically? It doesn't matter.
You have to be a linguist.
Wholly accurately or necessarily as like.
I mean, it kind of does, because there's a lot of people who have taken snippets of my words, so I'm a little concerned. You can understand why I'm anxious to talk about a lot of this.
Well, I mean, I guess sort of, but like also this is public ultimately.
I don't know. It's not my narrative is actually insane. Yes. I don't know about my abuse claims. I didn't make up the narrative. It's not my story. It's just useful. You know, I figured give it a shot.
It was your decision, right? So obviously I think like clarification would probably be sort of necessary.
Yeah, I'll clarify, not live.
Not live? Is there any particular reason for that?
I'm uncomfortable.
You're uncomfortable clarifying about the allegations that you brought forward to the public on live?
Mm-hmm.
So why even bring this to the public?
Because I think people should know.
No, yeah.
Know what?
Okay, but know what? That's what I'm asking you. What,
Know
where was
what?
the abuse and the BDSM dynamic?
Can I do this not while live?
I don't know if I necessarily have much interest in engaging off stream, to be honest with you.
That's fair.
So if you're
Yes,
if you're
it is.
unwilling to elaborate on that, I think we've reached sort of an impasse.
Yes.
It did sound like you lied to me though when
Yeah.
you told me that you had never heard from him, that he had a girlfriend, and then immediately backtracked on that earlier and said you had heard in a previous stream that he had a girlfriend and assumed it was a joke. That seemed to contradict your earlier statement.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question is, why would you lie to me?
Yeah.
Does that sound? Those two
Hasten. Yep.
sentences are different to me. Do you know he had a girlfriend? And I heard him say it, but I thought it was a joke, or two different things.
Yeah, sure, but I was explicitly asking you for, like, I was getting into specific because some of the wording was vague. I was explicitly asking, like, did he ever imply that he had a girlfriend? Did he ever? It wasn't like a. It was a. Did he ever? Did those words ever come out of his mouth? Right? Not whether or not you believed it to be true. And you said that he hadn't said anything even indicating it, right? And you said that you
I
don't
guess
watch
I
his
can
streams
chalk
that
it up
often, so
to-
you hadn't heard him say it on the stream.
I could chalk it up to thinking that these are two different questions.
Got it. And just to re-ask earlier, so you said, okay, so just once again, because I just want to make sure, I don't want to get anything wrong. 4 times, you heard him say the girlfriend thing 4 times, but you...
Because I had that 4 times thing was when I was looking it up in the transcripts.
I thought that... Wait, but that's how you said you found out after the fact. But I thought that before, the 4 times thing was you heard it 4 times and assumed it was a joke.
If I'd watched the streams, and they're in the transcript, I would have had to have heard it, right?
Yeah, so yeah, you claimed you had heard it and believed it to be a joke, which is why you didn't...
joke, yes.
Okay, so you'd heard it 4 times before, and you believed it to be a joke, and then when you were seeing him say things like we, us, you just decided you didn't think there was anything of it?
No.
Okay, are you a fucking idiot?
True.
Probably.
I mean, I don't know, like, this is a really hard buy, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you heard it 4 times.
See, once again, to me, it was an open relationship where he was allowed to DM me sexually. She just lies, man. The only angle that she could have had is if he was cheating and lying about it. But no, there's nothing. There's nothing at all. Nothing.
Thought it was like a bet?
But once again, this should never have happened. And if it had been a different girl who would take it out on herself, he could have done harm to her that way without suffering any repercussions necessarily, and that would be a problem. In this case, he picked the box with the bomb in it, and she is trying to blow his dick off, and not in a good way.
Asked me to come on here, like
I
I'm
did.
telling you.
I heard you out. Like, for me to accept that, like, I would have to unironically believe you're a moron. For me to accept that.
That's okay.
Do you think people are gonna... I mean, you could be a moron as well, but, like, I feel like that's so ridiculously obvious. Like, I feel like it's very hard for you to not even ask for clarification if you said it 4 times.
Like I said, I don't want to go on. I don't want to continue talking about it, please. Thank you.
You don't want to talk about it. You're the one that made this public. You're the one that is continuously making this public. Obviously, there's some party that wants to talk about this. You just don't like getting pushback on it, which is a part of any narrative, right? People are going to be asking questions, and if you believe a narrative is worth bringing to the public, those are questions you have to answer, right?
Of course, but, like, I don't want to do it live.
You don't want to...
Cal said, wait, please ask Shelmy didn't trust Lisa and Duck to be sources. And Dio said, I didn't talk to Duck at all.
Why? What changes?
Because I have like an anxiety disorder.
So do I.
That's why?
Is it generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Okay, maybe it's something else. Oh, wait, you said OCD. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's why your OCD is why you, I guess, can't talk about this on live?
I'm very anxious, yes.
Because
you have nothing.
Is there like, what do you believe is gonna happen if you talk about this on live? What's the core fear?
And now Dio's trying to say, woo-wee, that Duckbringer shit worked perfect. This is the own.
Based on everything that's happened, I'm just I don't want to say something and have that.
She also says, y'all lost your mind. Yes, that's great, because that's a deranged thing to say. Duckbringer, the Neo DGG member.
Be like solid. Does that make sense? Like I need time to think that, and like, I don't have.
I mean,
time when I'm.
Passashock said, I don't think this "you all mad bro" line is very effective, Queen.
We're now what? We're on August. This was first brought to me in late July. We're on August 18th now. I feel like you should be able to know where the abuse was here, if you're the one that brought forth the allegation.
I don't want to talk about it publicly.
She said, I wasn't saying y'all mad.
You're the one that made it public, so that's obviously not true.
And then people didn't want to hear about it.
And you decided to contribute to that, so obviously you wanted to make it public.
Can I leave, please?
No. Do you want to answer my question? Where was the abuse?
I thought this was hilarious. I don't think FMJ liked this.
I don't want to answer it on live. I'm uncomfortable with answering it live.
And now she becomes scared raped woman. Scared small raped woman. You're abusing her. You're abusing her right now.
Uncomfortable with you telling me about these allegations, but not being willing to answer like where the abuse happened. I feel like honestly victimized myself right now. If you don't tell me where the abuse was, I feel taken advantage of.
And also Dio says, look at her obeying. Are you going back to that? You just know that FMJ, Darius' community, and DGG accepted her with open arms. Yup. Never thought I would see Aiden abuse a woman on live.
Because it sounds to me like I was being used to satisfy a personal grudge. I thought I was listening to an abuse survivor. Do you think
you weren't, but it...
I wasn't listening to an abuse survivor? I thought you were abused.
No, you weren't being used.
Well, you were feeding me this info, and you're talking to me about making it public on my stream, but you were now admitting that you weren't actually, you're unwilling to say on live that what happened, like where the abuse was in this exchange?
I told you,
Do you think I'm like a fucking idiot?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so then why can't you tell them? Why can't you tell me where the abuse was?
I told you I don't want to talk about it live. I'm very uncomfortable right now. Please.
I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable too. I honestly feel like I was taken advantage of to satisfy somebody's like relationship grudge or some fucking shit, right? I feel uncomfortable. So that's why I want to know if abuse actually happened here. So once again, I'll ask you very clearly, you've had multiple days to talk about this. re-review your own DMs. You've leaked it repeatedly. You're obviously okay disseminating information to the public. Where was the abuse?
I am very uncomfortable. I'm going to go. Thank you for your time.
Take care.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking lying, manipulative fucking wretch.
True.
Holy fuck, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone comes away with the same thing, right? Everyone comes away with the same takeaway. Manipulative, lying, wretched. You know? Very cool, very cool. Okay, guys. It's been 7 hours, 10 minutes, and 51 seconds. We didn't get the goal, so we will not watch Queen's shit ever. Good riddance. You know? Liars L. Not liars W. How about that? Okay, I'm going to raid. FMJ comes in and is like, you know, your PFP is her, right? Jesus. Okay. Thank you, Commodore, for the 1337. Puddle Sucker for the 10 gifted memberships. Soap for the 333. And Mobbins for the $10 super chat. I did my best to vocalize the alerts. I hope that it was at least almost acceptable. But yes, I'll upload the supernatural stuff and whatnot. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. And remember, music video reviews Sunday we're gonna start watching The Americans. Cool? Cool? Cool.
Like, I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I have pedophiles in my family. Like, I have pedophiles that I have to fucking break bread with every now and then. They were pedophiles in the past, right? Offending pedophiles.
In my family.
We all have to kind of deal with people who have an attraction to children, who have unhealthy attraction.